But being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
And you have just tuned in to the breakfast show on Business Day Television. It's a beautiful Thursday morning, and we have enough packed up to keep you going. Thank you for joining us. I am Destiny Momo. And in introducing the show, our breakfast show as usual, we'll start with the headlines banter, and from the headlines banter, we'll swiftly move into the newspaper review segment where we, tell you what's happening around Nigeria on the front pages of our newspapers. And from there, we'll bring to you the Business Morning segment. And after the Business Morning segment, the big story comes next. And after the big story, we swiftly move to our social listening segment where we bring to the fore events as it's happening on our social media. And these are what we have for you today on the breakfast show. And right about now, before we go on, I have with me here
Onyeka Valentine.
Good morning, Onyeka Valentine.
Hi.
You're looking very good this morning.
Likewise, you too. You're looking all ready for the show today.
Thank you so much. And then let's see what we have on our headlines this morning. We have here that the federal government plans CGT reduction to 25% in 2026. And this is according to Taiwo Oyedele, that the federal government plans a CGT reduction to 25% in 2026. What's this about?
I mean, it's good enough that we can see that the federal government is planning some reductions in different areas.
All right.
And of course, now we have CGT coming through. I think in all this, more importantly, it is geared towards making sure that our economy gets better.
Yeah.
Right? Whether it's in the finance sector, whether it's in the petroleum sector or agricultural sector. Good news is the federal government is working hard. But my question is, where did all this emergency, power movement come from? How come we're not be utilizing this ability to deliver things? How come we're not be able to say, let us be hitting our 7-point agendas and create room for other things to follow through? What changed?
I just can't really just, pinpoint, what would have changed. But then again, I agree with you that, maybe it's a good step towards the right direction. Right.
Or is it the Donald Trump effect?
The Donald Trump event has actually done so much good than the other way around. I don't want to use the word bad, but because it is really obvious that there are workings now, and these workings are actually showing. And I know that with this in place also, before we know it, our
begin to turn around.
Our economy will begin to turn around, so that investors can actually see, reasons, to come into the country to, make good investments and all of that will benefit both the government and the people alike, because it will bring about a whole lot of employment opportunities, right? And then moving on, we have that Tinubu declares a security emergency and he orders more recruitment into police, into the army. And I suppose that should be in all of our, uniformed organizations, guarding on security. Just recently, the state governors in the Southwest came together to speak, on the state police also. So all this are just making the rounds because I'm sure that they have come to terms and to the reality that this sectors, I'm sure our security need to be increased, improved. So I'm sure they're putting a lot of efforts. They're looking inward, in this direction to ensure that security, it is not, exactly.
Truth be told, you're not far-fetched within the ambience of the fact in which we're having a conversation. And it's making sense because if you look at it truly, just being on what you've said, it is not just time, rather, it was about time. In fact, it's coming a bit late. You see, if I'm coming with different tenses, right? The reason why I'm doing that is so you know that the idea of emergency was yesterday. Now we're on hyper emergency.
Yeah.
And I must commend, the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of the name, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, our president of our wonderful country, Republic of Nigeria. I must say that what he's doing, in these times where the world is talking about the insecurity going on. I like the fact that he was stern. And did you also see the letter, the release?
Yeah.
I saw it on his page, the 2-page release explaining detail why it is a national emergency now, why everyone should sit up, why we need police who are attached to VIPs being pulled away. And by the way, that particular area created a small industry, right? Yeah. Where they were making about over like 180 or so billion for the nation. But that will change. But that's how life is. One thing changes, another one gains. One loses, another one gains.
Exactly.
However, having police officers now pulled away from VIPs and NSCDC now open for attachment, civil defense, well, that's their work really.
Exactly.
We will now experience more policing power. We will now experience more sense of security. And once people begin to feel a sense of security, they can talk to the international partners.
But there's something I'm also noticing. I don't know if that's still on the good side, still this withdrawal whole thing, this whole withdrawal from, should I say VIPs started. Beginning to see more police on our roads, even roads that just normal streets, you see them, So it will only help them, to do their jobs more better. Right.
I agree with you 100%.
Of course. And then again, when you talked about the president, his speech and all of that one, the commendation and all of that one, it's still a good step towards the right direction because a lot of people have been complaining that since this whole insecurity started, the president hasn't really addressed the nation. So if it's coming in this direction to make his effects, pronounced, then it's not a bad idea at the end of the day.
And again, to build to that, as much as it is a great idea, must also look at areas where they might have a ripple effect. What is a ripple effect? Remember, for every light, there's darkness somewhere. For every darkness, there's light somewhere.
Yeah.
But we hope to have light at the end of the tunnel. What is light at the end of the tunnel we're looking at? We're looking at more police people to be within the suburbs, be within areas that are violent-prone areas, right? But what is the flip and the result to this? It's very simple. Yeah. Now, if we have more police in those areas, right?
Yeah.
We want a case where we wouldn't have innocent people being brought in and then paraded for them to show as if they are working. We don't want eye service. We want those who are actually criminals, those who are actually perpetrating crime, be the ones that do arrest. We don't want what we call over-policing. And over-policing will simply mean that even when you are thinking about committing a crime, you've not committed a crime yet, you become arrested. And I'll just try to, try to be sarcastic. But we don't want over-policing. We want freedom of movement, freedom of business. Let's interact with the police. Let us say the police is your friend. Let it come to stay. So we want to see all that.
Saying that the police is your friend, a lot of people do not really understand that definition. But sometimes, when police actually come through for you, that's when that phrase comes to mind that, yes, this is actually true.
Most definitely.
But the other way around is always the case.
Well, that's why it's important to now say, now that the president's eye is on the police, let the IG now use this opportunity to remove those bad eggs. They've been doing it. Whenever they have valid evidence that this particular police officer has been corrupt or is collecting bribe or creating a nuisance and spoiling the police name, they bring them out, they derang them, and they dismiss them. They've been doing that. But however, now that we're now saying we need to get more police on the road, release them from VIPs, let's begin to see that those crimes, those pocket of areas, those areas within the suburb or within the urban areas where they can criminals can converge, begin to spread across to create what we call splinter cells. We arrest it at the top, cut off the neck. If we do cut off the head from the neck, from the body, if we do that, this move by our president could have worked like magic. Then for the army, he also said that we needed to, that he's also calling for mass
recruitment.
I read that
from the age of 18, like if there's any restrictions or rigidity towards that.
Exactly. So for that, this is great news. Remember, it's not just saying we are creating room for this amount of recruitment. They're also going to look at logistics. They're also going to look at logistics that covers their wares, their fatigue. Fatigue is what they wear, camouflage. Their standard issue. They're also going to look at accommodation. Also going to look at feed. There's a whole lot that will come in. Then what about
HMOs?
This is good for business. Why? Because this is an opportunity for all those other consultants that the Nigerian Army reach out to for businesses. They will also going to make money too.
Because they're seeing the numbers already. They're beginning to feel the numbers. And then if they make it compulsory, they say, my son is going into the army. Now, for what that means at the end of the day is just, to give them that sense of direction, that sense of seriousness, to see life, in such a way that, because the military, what I would like it on, they're very disciplined. Yeah. The trainings that come with it, it's very strong.
I was opportune to have a bit of training myself when I was growing up. My dad was a military officer, a very senior one at that. And I went to military school. So I know discipline is key.
It is key.
Loyalty is the watchword. Yeah. And more importantly,
honesty and integrity.
Which is why, you saw that officer, that naval officer that had a standoff with Wike.
Exactly.
When Wike said, "Are you a fool?" He said, "No, I'm an officer with integrity." This is the level in which officers that come out of NDA, Nigerian Defense Academy, are developed and trained. They are trained in character, learning, and integrity.
And it gives them so much confidence, Most definitely. Gives them so much confidence.
So CNC, Commander-in-Chief, I'll use the opportunity to say, great one, sir. In the midst of everything, don't get overwhelmed. Some will say, others will, argue for and against. But hey,
and I'm sure that some people will be arguing or thinking that, it's just the police and army that was stated in this the headline. But I just want to break it down that the military consists of the Nigerian Army, the Navy, and the Air Force. So don't be afraid. If you're thinking of the Air Force, it's also included in the recruitment process. And then next says Ghana Central Bank delivers third big rate cut as inflation tumbles. Ghana Central Bank delivers third big rate cut as inflation tumbles. Oh, wow.
It's good enough that we can see that that this thing they call
inflation, right?
Inflation cake is touching everybody. I don't mean to sound like what we call the good and bad cop, and someone who's the harbinger of bad news. I'm not the harbinger of bad news, but you see, I keep telling people, don't be quick to laugh at another nation. You never know what's going to befall you.
You never know,
right? But in this case, if we see them doing the third cut, right, amid inflation going on in the country, I'm sure they have professionals there who understand how the economy should work and work well to favor them. Sure. We have more population than Ghana, most definitely. And if Nigeria can thrive, I'm sure Ghana will get out of it, and they will even be far more successful. However, what does this mean for Nigeria? At this moment right now, the Ghana-Nigeria, relationship based on business is still intact. Although you have one or two little arguments between, individuals. Whenever I travel to Ghana, they want to reciprocate and say Nigeria must go, because in the 80s we said Ghana must go. So there've always been that unwritten rival
yes.
that has been on. I have this Ghanaian friend in the morning. Whenever I'm going to come to work, I'm like, I call him Charlie. How are you? He say fine. I say, what do you have today? He say, Charlie, leave me alone. I'm here for money. So it just makes you understand that everybody has what he or she is dealing with. Every country to each his own. Even the United States, they have their challenges. So this is a financial hurdle. They will scale through it. I think they're already doing good already. And then hopefully it will spill over and become great business for the rest of Africa.
Wow. Well, now this is so good, but then again, I don't know what's happening here. Is this some military coup or something, or military takeover from Guinea-Bissau? The military officers seize power, take over capital. But this is so serious. There was a break. There's a whole takeover thing in Africa countries, but I'm seeing yet another one happening in Guinea-Bissau right here. They've already taken over the capital.
Right. I will tell you very quickly. You get to a point where you tell those who are your colonizers, right? Although we might be free, I'm using the voice of a patriot now, although we might be free, can we actually be free? These are strong words that people who are tired of being oppressed economically, oppressed, in different ways. Believe it or not, when the IMF and the World Bank were created, they didn't even have Africa in mind. We don't have a seat at that table, which is why it is not in our favor. And one of the ways a government and a country can be subjugated and kept controlled, remember, control and keep them controlled, is through loans that you know you'll never pay back. Even when you manage to pay back, the interest is there holding you and pressing you down. Most of these countries, right, name them all, whether it's Burkina Faso and Mali and Senegal and now Guinea-Bissau, all these countries who have understood that, look, it is time to tell their former colonizers, get off the necks of our politicians, and if not, politicians leave them, let them take over. We see it work. It worked perfectly. It's working right now in Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso are enjoying Ibrahim Traoré. He became an international sensation. People wearing his T-shirt. So the guys now in Guinea-Bissau have said, look, if they continue in this trajectory, maybe their economy will no longer thrive. Their money has been dropping based on, ratings. And they felt, look, it's about time to move from democracy to begin to say, let's make decisions as we go. It might not be perfect. It might not be solid 100%, but will it be worth it? These are the questions that those officers have to answer. That's why they moved in. I mean, it could have gone bad. If it was a failed coup, if it was a failed coup, simply have meant that, look, they will all be put to death because it's a traceable offense. But however, right, is what venturing to what they've done. I'm in support of a takeover, but look, I'm in support of the growth of a country, right? Growth of a country. Right? Before we became a democratically, running country as we are right now. We're a democratic country, right?
Exactly.
So before we became that,
we had the military.
Most definitely. Okay, we had our issues where we had to deal with. We had civil war initially and a whole lot. And we saw all the history of Babangida, from Babangida to down a patch. Like we saw all that. We lived all through that until we finally came back to democracy. Thanks to Obasanjo. So history will always repeat itself. But do you learn from history? Guinea-Bissau, now they made a statement. The question now is, who's next?
That's just the truth. This very strong point you just gave, to just find out who is next. It's a powerful statement. They don't also forget that this the military in Africa, they are united also. Or do you feel a gap? Do you feel a gap in the relationship of the military in Africa?
Well, again,
while some are with ECOWAS, others are pulling out.
Yes.
So there's a disagreement. There's a little bit of different interest in that regard.
Yes. So the thing is this: is that when there is what we call a hook, and some people are benefiting from it, and others don't see reasons to be with it, it's only natural to say we don't want to be part of this bloc anymore. We saw how the Sahel gradually pulled out from what we call them from
ECOWAS,
right? Now, they made a statement because they realized that ECOWAS, one way or the other, still has strings being pulled by some Western countries. And they didn't want that, right? They wanted to be independent, to begin to control their resources and let the resources be for the people of the nation. Some countries are getting it right, but there's something now that we must look at that we're not seeing. What is this? If military regime is answering those tough questions and putting food on the table and creating a lot of development across the Sahel group and also other parts of Africa, will I say it's a good sign or a bad signal? I will say this: look, to each his own. Let the best man's foot be heard.
Oh wow! But then again, the should I say the rumored and coup that just wanted to happen, and then it was still a military officer that did the whistleblowing and got promoted. So what do you see in that?
So it's good that we can have whistleblowers, but you see, remember this: those who live in glass houses should not throw stones. If you are a whistleblower, again, this is not in any way or form of me saying that I support a coup in Nigeria. Not at all. I think we can still salvage our nation under democratic dispensation. Having said so, let's also look at the odds. Right? Look, if a whistleblower comes forth and says this is what's about to happen, and then if at all alleged, so I'm bringing this to your notice. The bottom line is that if the welfare of the army or the military is supposed to be taken care of, if for instance it succeeded, right? What is simply done is shot yourself in the foot because they're part of the system. However, they say time has a way of opening up some certain things and healing. With time, we'll find out whether it was actually a whistleblower or maybe it was a hearsay or maybe it was just a tactics. Right? Let's throw them under a bisma so that we can retire them, peacefully.
Yeah, but so much denial in all of that process. But we want to leave it at that because then again, we still need to give kudos to our democratic leaders. They've actually tried, they've actually pulled in development one way or the other, whether we like it or not, but seeing this difference. The only difference is that we can actually criticize them as much as we can, just the way we couldn't have done, during the military rule. And that's what we have on our headlines, a banter this morning. When we come back from this break, we'll move into our newspaper review where we got to find out what's happening on our front pages of our dailies. Stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
You're welcome back. Now, this is the newspaper review segment of a Business Day television breakfast show where we explore top headlines on the front pages of our newspapers. I'm your host, Destiny Mama. Joining me in the studio for more insight this morning is
Onyeka Valentine.
Onyeka Valentine, as always.
Interested.
Yeah, I don't know, when I just hear you say Onyeka Valentine, Onyeka, I remember Onyeka Owenu sometimes too. We miss her. May her soul continue to rest in paradise as well. All right, so good to have you as always, Valentine. And I know that you're ready with your A game this morning. Because just looking at the newspapers already, you are already somehow elated. Now let's go straight to the conversation. Taking from our Business Day newspaper, please withdrawal order to and 108 billion naira VIP security economy. Please withdrawal order to up and 108 billion naira VIP security economy. And here says that the bank's Omo Cash surge lifts deposit with CBN by 150%. I have also have that the experts outline crucial resources young innovators need to succeed. You find out on page 30. And that right here says a new settlement cycle reduces wait time for stock investors. New settlement cycle reduces wait time for stock investors. And here say Genco's IFX gains from West Africa power pool. Genco's IFX gains from West Africa power pool. But from the new settlement cycle reduces wait time for stock investors by Ihanye Nwachukwu says that Nigerian capital market will officially transition to a T+2 settlement cycle for equities transaction from Friday, November 28. The move from a T+3 to a T2 settlement cycle effective Friday is designed to align, sure, with global trends. And then right here in the picture says that from it shows the people from, we just have, I think it's Valdex A and a lot of business-minded people and SMEs and all of that one, showing on the front page of the Business Day. Wow, I see our editor right here. I see people from Business Day, right here doing their thing. Now this is so good. This is so good. All right, so now let's just make the round and see how the police withdrawal order to upend 108 billion VIP security economy. Experts say withdrawal good for public safety, but the reform is actually very critical. And from here, I said that President Bola Tinubu is ordering for the withdrawal of police officers attached to very important persons and threatens to upend an OPEC 108 billion naira a year economy built on the quiet deployment of state security personnel to politicians, executives, celebrities, and luxury estates. As he says that for decades, this shadow market has diverted tens of thousands of officers from frontline policing into private protection gigs that generate steady often untraceable cash flows for senior officers and brokers. Wow, I did not know that there was such a lucrative part to all this.
Most definitely. I mean, at some point it became an industry where, again, whether it was, and we're talking about the VIP policy, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so whether it became, whether it is an industry that is solid and can run on its own,
Yeah.
or not, the most important thing is money was being made and money was being paid for those security personnel to be attached.
Wow.
Meaning to say that at some point, right, the police was making money from it.
For me. Wow.
So making money from it simply means, because what this means is that you have people who now say, we can generate money from this, use the money to sort out police problems.
True.
Use the money to sort out police challenges, right? Challenges of accommodation, challenges of logistics, fueling, and or some other stuff, which is great. So it's an industry, but how does that industry now
Generate so much?
Yeah, that's one. What's fend for personnel? There are many ways that can happen.
Of course.
Right? If there are some certain grants that money can sort out to help police families, it will trickle down to supporting small businesses, maybe small kiosks, little kiosk here, little shops there. That money could have been really be helpful to sort out those areas. And of course, you have the police trust fund, you have the police microfinance bank. So all that money most definitely could have been used, or rather is being used to sort those areas out. So in pulling out the police force, if you remember, pulling out police force from VIPs, right? A lot will happen on the flip side. So if you remember, I mentioned when we were doing the banter, I said the flip side of this could mean, right, that one, some certain benefits will be reduced.
Yeah.
Now, whether the money goes into private pockets or not, the fact that we're seeing those figures, 100, how many billion there?
108 billion naira.
108 billion naira, right?
That's not small money.
That will no longer be made from that particular attachment of police officers.
It's going to really affect them.
Meaning to say that VIPs actually have a lot of money.
I'm telling you. But then again, you should know that the importance of security, cannot be, reduced.
Right.
Security is very important. Do you know the number of policemen that have lost their lives? A lot of them have lost their lives. We'll go on a quick break. When we come back, we'll continue our newspaper review segment. Stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Hey, welcome back to the newspaper review segment. We just finished, looking into the Business Day newspaper where we saw so much, and we spoke about the police withdrawal order to upend 108 billion naira VIP security economy. We also spoke about banks that cash surge leaves deposits with CBN by 150%, and new settlement cycle reduces wait time for stock investors. And we want to move into the Punch newspaper very quickly. Yeka Valentine, what do we have right there on the Punch newspaper?
All right. So the Punch carries a lot here. From the very top, it says, Mamu spent ransom shared on cars, luxury trips, DSS. It says Mamu spent ransom share on cars, luxury trips, says DSS. On the right side here, it says, Tinubu sends 3 ambassadorial nominees to Senate. It says Tinubu, that's President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, our CNC, sends 3 ambassadorial nominees to Senate.
I don't want to cut you short on this, but I was just going to say it, when you were talking about the Trump effect,
Right.
I was going to say that I'm sure that before long we'll start seeing ambassadors,
Most
springing
definitely.
forth here and
Most
there.
definitely.
That this is just,
You know,
a
so-
proof of that.
So it means that, I'm trying hard not to say it, but it means that with all these quick decisions,
Yeah.
quick instructions, it makes you now understand that when you follow politics back to back, things are slow to happen. So the president actually has a provision for executive decision.
Sure.
And I'm seeing the way he's making those decisions. Please, ride on, Mr. President.
Wow.
So he says here,
A lot of kudos for Mr. President this
Most
morning,
definitely,
Barrier
most
Valentine, and I'm agreeing with you
Most
because,
definitely.
when you see things happening, you cannot keeping short
yeah, exactly.
because you're somebody that don't know how to keep quiet. When it's happening well, you give kudos to whom kudos is due, and when it's the other way around, you trash who.
we hammered it. All right, so at the major writer here says abduction crisis. Again, we have our able president has said, look, he declares emergency as NAS rejects bandit negotiations. Now we're going somewhere. I mean, if we as a nation can now say, come what may,
Come with me.
bandits, and they are not a republic, they are not a known army, right? They hide and they operate under cloak and dagger. Even worse, they are a guerrilla, patch here, patch there, kind of armed people. They're just lucky to have some arms.
Sure.
We need to psychologically begin to bring ourselves out of that fear,
Yeah.
and not allow fear to rule us. And I'll tell you one funny thing. They say 1,000 sheep led by a lion is greater than 1,000 lions led by a sheep.
Sheep.
We want lions to lead us. We want our president and leaders to say, enough is enough.
Enough
We are
is
now
enough.
dogs that have teeth. So when we bark, we'll bite.
Yeah.
This is how it should be. And seeing that, we're now saying, look, no longer, we don't want bandit negotiation any longer.
True.
Any longer. We will get our army, fortify them, give them what they need, equip them, so we can begin to send a direct message to the rest of the world, especially to the United States, that look, Nigerian army at some point was the pride of Africa. In case you don't know, Nigerian army was the backbone in ECOMOG. A lot of our soldiers, fine young men, right? Look, gave the ultimate prize, and widows were made out of that movement and all those deployments at that time.
Wow.
Right? I'm not saying I should make more widows. No, that's not what I'm saying. But the Nigerian army can not only get to its glory, it will also, when I put this, the Nigerian army will not only, because it will not only get to its glory, to also supersede anyone's expectation. All it needs is give it what it needs. Boost the morale of the boys.
True.
Because this social media thing has been running around since. It's time for the military to now say, we will begin to work on the psyche of our boys.
Sure.
Begin to work on the communication of our boys who are out there. Begin to give them reason to say, look, enough is enough. We are part of you. And if you ask me, maybe me asking too much, but I want to see our president, remove that his nice hat and wear a beret and go to the theater of war and say, look, I'm here to see my boys. Boys, how are you doing?
As the commander-in-chief of the armed forces.
But not
So
that
you want that
he's
proven.
a general too.
Of course.
Once you are commander-in-chief of the armed forces, CNC, which means everybody's under you.
True.
We saw Goodluck Jonathan at that time when things were tough. He wore his military uniform and what's called camouflage. Go and boost up the morale of the boys. It's at this time that we need that. When the boys say, look, for what is what, the president is here, every other thing.
To encourage us.
Yes.
They feel encouraged. They want to do more. It's just like when you praise a child for doing well, that child wants to impress you more.
Most definitely. And then at the end of the day, in the middle, one thing, investors will now be, I keep on saying this thing, for your economy to grow, you must have that partnership with investors. Because as a BusinessDay television, we want a case where business thrives.
Yes, business thrives.
And the more it
so we
thrives,
can have good reports,
Thank you.
To do on businesses.
Thank you. And insecurity.
And that can only
is
happen if there are no insecurities. And so that's why we're fighting, against such.
Then over here it says, you guys are really aware, some 2 days ago, a day ago or so, there was a coup in Guinea-Bissau. We can see the picture here. It says, okay, so we see them lined up here. It says Brigadier General Dennis N. Kanha, center there, head of military office of the Guinea-Bissau presidency, gives a press conference at the general staff of the armed forces following a takeover power in Guinea-Bissau on Wednesday. That was yesterday, right? It's there, right there on TV. We can see it. As much as, again, we see the boys in khaki, the boys in camouflage are now saying enough is enough, right? I would say let's not be quick to draw our conclusion. They know the terrain of their country. They know what the country needs. At some point, you see, when all hell is let loose, there is one particular organization and arm that you look up to hold the country, which is the military. At the end of the day, so I think in their country, maybe all negotiations and all democratic
fallen flat
had just lost its way. So it was time to step in to hold the country together. So you see,
and also knowing fully well that the resources that they have, and knowing fully well, I'm sure somebody became aware that things ought to happen differently. And then they had to take the bull by the horn to make the right decision. And looking at Burkina Faso's progress, and so far, they're knowing the level that they were before now, and then the growth that has happened there. They didn't have a choice than to take the decision that will help them regain what they actually have. I think that's what is just outplaying there.
Do you see how the Burkinabes are 100% happy that development is going on a rapid speed? The growth in which buildings are coming up, the growth in which roads are being fixed.
A lot of things are happening for them. They are enjoying a lot of benefits, something that they never ever imagined will come through for them. Imagine a government calling you to hand you the key to your dream home to say this is for you, and maybe peradventure you didn't have such opportunity, and all of a sudden there's a sudden change in your way of life.
I saw someone on social media, one of these Burkinabes, though he was speaking French again, but there was a translation. He said that he never knew he could experience heaven in Africa. And so he's going to be sleeping on the road.
He actually described Burkina Faso as a heaven.
Yes, he put his mat on the floor.
On the floor.
He said, this way he'll be sleeping to protect their president.
Oh, wow.
So, and then it was not just him, a lot of other people there.
Yeah.
So you see, when the law for a leader is established, it takes more than
imagine something.
Yeah,
imagine that, knowing fully well that Nigerians are not hard to please. Imagine when we have, leaders that, just do so little, right? Just Nigerians are not expecting too much. Nigerians are not greedy. Nigerians are not expecting too much. All a typical Nigerian is asking for is constant power.
Little things like that.
Good road network.
Integrity.
Security. Do you understand? Healthcare, let everything just be in place. And then you will see Nigerians sing your praise in such a way that you cannot even fathom. Now, this is the president that just did something that just pleased you for just one day, right? And then just hear your praise.
Right.
Now, imagine that if this is a constant practice.
There we go.
Indeed, Nigerians are not hard to please. So I just want to beckon on our leaders to just try and do things that will make Nigerians praise our leaders. Right. So now let's move on to, I don't know, do we still have something on the
we still have here. Okay, so it says ECOWAS and AU condemn military takeover in Guinea-Bissau. Of course they will, right? Because obviously what this now means is that they'll probably want to pull out of ECOWAS and the AU, making AU's power and ECOWAS strength even more reduced.
Sure.
Since you have Mali and other people who are pulled out, Then down here it says insecurity again. Tinubu demands headers surrender guns. This is another good one.
Wow.
This is another good one.
Wow.
Our president, maybe I should give you 3 buzzer at this point in time. But please, ride on with this. It says here, Tinubu demands headers surrender their guns. What this means is that whichever or however or whoever has been communicating with the headers or bandits or the case may be, right? And trying to promise our president maybe they'll be in support of him 2027. It's not clear. The president doesn't care about that.
Yeah.
What he cares about is
the
safety of his
life
people
and property of his.
Yeah. So keep your promises. Get those guys off the street, unless we'll take you guys out. It's not what.
Completely.
No longer, no negotiations any longer.
At all.
And it's a good thing that our our envoy that went to the US, right, was able to have a favorable meeting with the US government, and they said, look, no longer invasion or all that stuff, gun blazing. They moved it now to, how can we help you now? And so there's a cohesive conversation that will now lead to partnership and will give the Nigerian army some certain things that we need to defeat, eradicate and conquer Boko Haram.
Wow, that's good. That's good. All right, now very quickly moving on to the Vanguard newspaper. We're happy that Nigeria's money supply grows to 119 trillion naira. You find that on page 19 of the Vanguard newspaper, stating that Nigeria's money supply grows to 119 trillion naira. And it says that 2 killed as vigilante falls bandits attack on Kogi school. And then here it says that a Kaduna train attack, publisher Mamu received 50 million naira from terrorists. And this is according to the DSS. And right here I will have Southern Governors Forum, Southern Nigeria Traditional Rulers Council, as they meet, and they will see them, the governors and the traditional rulers, same clothing, which is actually appealing. Okay, now says in here, it's a $14.8 million alleged fraud, civil rights, EFCC 6 days for appearance. Wow, that's such a bold move. 14.8 billion naira alleged I beg your pardon, alleged fraud, civil rights, EFCC is seeking date for appearance. Now, the big story here says that insecurity, Tinubu declares emergency, tells the National Assembly to review laws to allow state police, DSS to deploy forest guards to flush out bandits.
Now we're talking.
And approves recruitment of additional 20,000 policemen, and also asks header associations to end open grazing, surrender illegal weapons. Go ahead, please.
Do you know that even if the president wants to create room for 100,000 new intakes, we have enough money to take care of them?
That's the truth.
Do you know what we've been wasting on this so-called bandits conversation and all that gas flaring? If the money taken out of gas flaring alone for 1 month, they can take care of those boys for another 2-3 years. So we have the money over.
Resources. Oh, wow. Well, that's a good addition. And here says that Senate review firearms law to allow responsible citizens carry guns.
Please, can I read to that?
Firearms law to allow responsible citizens carry guns. But then how will you decipher who the responsible citizen is? Because some people look very normal outwardly. But on the inside, there's something else.
So one of the criteria, right, back in the days, was he must be over 40, and then he must be married, and he must have no criminal records and 1 or 2 other areas, right? And of course, you have some shorty and people to come and stand for you, but it mustn't be concealed, must be unconcealable weapon, which is a double barrel or something like that.
Okay.
For I don't know if the laws has changed. I don't know what has been added.
I'm sure they would have added a thing.
But however it is, I think it's a great move, right? If you've never fired,
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, please.
Do you think we should count you worthy?
Most definitely.
To carry one.
I want to have a firearm. I want to have a Beretta. I mean, I've fired a Beretta before.
All right, that's a light time.
Yes,
but I'm sure that you're a responsible person to hold one.
Why not? I mean, the truth of the matter is to protect myself and use it responsibly. If you've ever gone to a gun range before,
if you have one and then you hear that something is happening affecting citizens somewhere, you're going to be of help.
Of course, the truth of the matter is that you see, it will make no sense to pull out a firearm and move to such an issue. You must do what we call de-escalate, right? I've been opportunity to use the firearm before in a gun range when I traveled, right? We don't have that here, but if outside the country, there's a place where you can get gun range where they sell guns. You can go there and then you can test and then learn how to use a firearm. And I learned very quickly.
And you've gone through those tests?
Yes, I have. Oh, wow. I have. Firearm and also a non-concealable weapon. What am I trying to say is that, look, when you have that kind of weapon in your hand, you see, guns don't kill people. People kill people. So the ability for you to be responsible must come in. Responsibility
must come in.
All
right, then. So, let's quickly, support and for the coup Jonathan trapped in Guinea-Bissau. Wow. Let's tell Tinubu the truth on insecurity, according to Senator Dixon. And Lagos will remain peaceful, Sanwo-Olu assures after Security Council meeting and Southern Governors Monarchs restate call for state police. And now let's look at the cartoon for the day before we end the newspaper review segment.
Alrighty.
And our cartoon of the day. Oh wow! Can you just explain this for us?
So I mean, very quickly, we see someone there. Let's just call him the national gardener, right? So the gardener has the hose, and he's watering the garden that has 2027 on it. Meanwhile, his own house where he lives is on fire, and all it takes for you to quench the fire, right, is the water that you're using for 2027. Now, truth be told, right? If you look at it closely, you see that the gardener is supposed to understand that look. By the time
she tilts that hose towards the other way, and not where it needs to be
most definitely
saved. Actually,
but there's a twist to this now. We're not seeing. Let's also remember that the gardener could have also been thinking, if I water my future, maybe I can buy another house. I'll just think.
You cannot buy another house in this regard. I don't want to write I
hope you appreciate my sarcasm.
I just like the way you ended it all, and then you made us, have a big laugh. Right. All right, and that's all we have for our newspaper review segment this morning. Thank you for staying with us. I am Destiny Mama, and with me is
I am Onyeka Valentine.
Onyeka Valentine, thank you for all your insights on our newspaper review segment this morning. Thank you for staying with us. Up next is Business Morning with yours truly. Stay tuned.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Imagine working hard for a whole year, then one error in the grading system shatters your dreams. May 14th, JAMB admits errors. August 8th, WAEC confesses discrepancies. Two of Nigeria's biggest exam bodies caught in breaches of trust. That's the reality. And no, it isn't just a glitch. It is the rewriting of millions of destinies. It is young Nigerians robbed of certainty, parents questioning everything. Experts are calling for reforms, private sector involvement, and transparency. But the question is, will anyone listen? What happens if they don't? And if exam results can't be trusted? Then what else in Nigeria's education system is broken? You won't hear this depth anywhere else. Only on Business Day Premium. Want to know how Nigeria can fix education? Want the full story on the children left out of school? Then subscribe today to enjoy our current series on education and other sectors. Don't stay in the dark. Stay in the loop.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
Good morning. You're still watching the Breakfast Show on Business Day Television. And this is Business Morning segment. I am Destiny Momo. Now, let's bring you the news in details. Chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms in Nigeria, Taiwo Yedele, has revealed that the capital gains tax will be reviewed from 30% to at least 25% come 2026. Oyedele says there is a plan to reduce the tax to 25%, which means eventually it will be taxed at 25% for the exit, applying to everyone. Now, under the Nigerian Tax Act of 2025, capital gains tax has been raised to 30% from 10% effective January 1, 2026. And capital gains tax is a tax charged on profits realized from the disposal or sale of shares or other equity instruments under the new regime. And CGT ensures that investors will profit from rising share prices, contribute to public revenue. While the Edo Minister of Finance and the coordinating Minister of the Economy had also mentioned earlier this month plans to review the controversial capital gains tax ahead of its implementation next January. And meanwhile, President Bola Tinubu has declared an emergency in the security sector, ordering more recruitment into the Nigerian Army and the police force and the military in general to strengthen security. In a move aimed at tackling the incessant war between farmers and herders, the president called on cattle owners to embrace ranching as the new way forward. The president, in a statement he personally signed on Wednesday, stated that considering the emerging security situation, he has decided to declare a nationwide security emergency, ordering additional recruitment into the armed forces. And by this declaration, the police and the army are authorized to recruit more personnel, with the police recruiting an additional 20,000 officers, bringing the total to 50,000. And still on Ghana, Central Bank cut its main interest rate by 350 basis points to 18.0% on Wednesday, citing an improved economic outlook and expectations for further declines in consumer inflation. Economists polled by Reuters had forecast a 250 basis point cut after a record 350 basis point reduction to 21.5% at a previous Monetary Policy Committee meeting in September. The bank has now lowered its main interest rate by a cumulative 1,000 basis points in 2025, following cuts of 300 basis points in July and 350 basis points in September. And policymakers say the aggressive easing was aimed at supporting economic recovery and expansion while safeguarding price stability. And also in the news, a group of military officers say they have seized the control of Guinea-Bissau amid reports that the President Omaro Sissoko Embalo has been arrested. And shortly after gunshots were heard in the capital, Bissau government sources revealed that Embalo had been detained. The officers then appeared on the state television saying they had suspended the electoral process as the West African nation awaited the outcome of Sunday's presidential election. And they say that they were acting to thwart a plot by unarmed politicians who had the support of a well-known drug baron to destabilize the country and announce the closure of its borders and impose a 9th-time curfew. Sandwiched between Senegal and Guinea, the coup-prone country is known as a notorious drug trafficking hub where the military has been influential since independence from Portugal in 1974. And right now, let's go on a quick break. When we are back, we will be discussing the first topic on our Business Money segment. Stay with us. You're welcome back. You're still watching Business Money segment here on Business Day Television, a breakfast show. Now let's go straight to the first conversation for today, talking about fraud prevention in a cashless economy. Experts warn of new threats push for smarter solutions as Nigeria accelerates towards a fully cashless financial ecosystem. We'll go on a short break. When we come back, we'll continue in this. Stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You're welcome back to Business Morning, a segment on the Business Day television breakfast show. And now we're starting the first conversation for today, talking about translating artificial intelligence technology into social impact. Innovators shift focus from hype to humanity. Now, talking about artificial intelligence, it is moving beyond buzzwords as a new wave of African innovators, policymakers, and development partners push to translate artificial intelligence technology into measurable social impact. From agriculture and healthcare to education and financial inclusion, experts say the continent is entering a phase where artificial intelligence is being redesigned not just as a tool for efficiency, but as a catalyst for equitable development. Now, at a recent regional innovation forum, stakeholders emphasized that Africa's unique challenges, limited infrastructure, fragmented data systems, and uneven access to technology, and also present opportunities for AI-driven solutions tailored to local realities. Participants highlighted that the next chapter of artificial intelligence will be defined by how effectively emerging technologies are deployed to solve long-standing social problems. Now, tech entrepreneurs noted that artificial intelligence-powered platforms are already improving access to early disease detection, optimizing crop yields for smallholder farmers, enhancing public service delivery, and even expanding job opportunities through digital skills pathways. Artificial intelligence isn't just about automation, it's about inclusion. One expert said, stressing that the goal is to build systems that empower communities rather than widen inequalities. And now, despite progress, challenges remain, particularly around affordability, digital literacy, and the risk of algorithmic bias. Analysts warn that without strong safeguards, vulnerable communities could be further marginalized. In all of this, joining us is Victor Oluwafemi Adeniji. He is a technocrat and an industry visionary. You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for joining us live on set. I always like it when, we have you guys live on set. Thank you so much. Oh, now very quickly, what co-vision drives your work in shaping Africa's digital civic transformation?
First of all, I realized that in forming civil society,
okay,
and the way society works generally, many of the sectors, education, politics, were conceived before technology got to this level.
Okay.
For instance, our mode of education is one where a teacher will stay in front of 10, 20, 100 people and disseminate information. But we know today that the best teacher anyone can have is an AI instructor, one-on-one, who understands your capabilities, understands the topic, and then understands the best way to present that knowledge to you. So at this point now, we cannot just continue to think or to follow through process that are designed for different outcomes, right? So for instance, another example is politics. Democracy, which might not be the most effective form of governance, is the most equitable one. Democracy originally is designed that as a principle, the citizens must make the law.
Okay.
Right. And to bring that into effect, we have representatives across every sector of the demography. Now, that's because all of us cannot fit into a room to make laws. Right. But today, it is possible to take input from everybody to influence policy, to influence lawmaking, etc. So and to answer your question more precisely, especially when it comes to the African and Nigerian environment, when you decide that Nigeria is where you want to live and spend your life, the problems of the society do not just become at that point what you observe. It becomes what you want to actually work at to find a solution.
Yeah.
So I personally have been working on I mean, they are far-reaching problems, but that's what makes life,
Exactly.
exciting anyway. So we at Cocoon Letters, my think and tank, my think and do tank, we face all these social problems, right?
Okay.
For instance, in education, we have a community-based learning management platform powered by AI, where everyone can self-learn at their own pace based on their own unique
style,
abilities and style, and gain traction. Meanwhile, at the same time, learn from others. So it's not just outsourcing knowledge to what AI feels is knowledge, right? So precisely, the problem of the African community is that we have more than 1.5 billion people.
Oh, wow.
The average age less than 20. That's they've got all their future in front of them. And we can not all disappear into other climates, right? We must tinker solutions to help this generation thrive.
You're very correct, because looking at our country, Nigeria, and even other African countries, you will just know that there are a lot of problems to solve, in this region. So why leave it to run away to go to other climes when you know that you can make the difference here? So I'm sure that's a very good one. Now, what core vision actually drives your work in shaping Africa's digital and civic transformation? What are the core visions?
So personally, I am focused on areas that perpetuates Africa's well-being challenge, right? Why does Africa continue to be poor?
Oh, wow.
Okay. The first area that I understand is one that deals with education.
Okay.
We've got, like I said, 1.5 billion people. Average age less than 20. The consequence of that, because that's a reproductive age bracket, is that the age will keep going down. The entire world is aging and disappearing. China is over 40, Europe is over 60. And we can tell already that actors are already looking for ways to get us busy, like killing each other.
Really?
Of course. We don't manufacture arms. Why are we getting the arms to kill each other?
Of course.
So if people do not start thinking of solutions, of turning the potential, because we are potential laborers, we're potential skilled engineers.
Sure.
So it is the drive to turn that around, to turn unskilled people into skilled people, unknowledgeable people into knowledgeable people, and then provide industries where they can exhibit these talents. In the area of production, for instance, we have projects there. So I asked the question earlier, why does Africa continue to be poor? We don't produce. Okay.
We're consumers.
Yeah, we're consumers, even up to toothpicks and the most minute things. And it is deliberate that if we do not rise up to say we want to start producing, nobody would encourage you to take their market.
Sure.
Okay. So we started with projects that, first of all, would ensure that whatever we are producing, we can get optimal output out of that.
Wow.
Right. So we're competing in the market where our leader SAP is a $200 billion company. We're competing anyway. Why? Because AI is now a leveler. Nobody has won. They've got that size.
I know.
But right now, all of us are competing at the same front. Right? Because the project of ensuring that industries are running and continue to run with accurate resource planning, powered by AI and machine learning, is a new project. SAP is over 40 years old, but that problem is a new problem. And that gives us an opportunity to compete. And because of our unique peculiarities as a culture of indisciplined professionals, what I mean by that when it comes to industry is that a typical African industry is not maintained, so it runs to the ground.
Okay.
So if you've got systems that ensures that they keep running despite the bad practices, it means that you can excel anywhere.
True. Okay, now talking about digital inclusion, right? How can Africa bridge the capital divide in a way that ensures equal access, affordability, and even an opportunity for all citizens?
Now, the question of digital inclusion, in my opinion, it's a question of justice.
Wow.
I'll make a typical example. A child is born in Karanamuda, Zamfara.
Okay.
Another one is born in Ikoyi. At the initial stage, when it comes to access to broadband data, it's just privilege, right? But cumulates that over 18 years. The guy in Ikoyi has turned privilege to something else entirely. He's turned it, he's turned access to, there are different characters.
Okay.
One is exposed to all the potential in the world.
Yeah.
The other one has to find a way.
Oh, okay.
So we need to think of access to internet as a problem of justice. Government and providers have to work at, and this is about building infrastructures anyway. They have to work at ensuring that this population have access to connectivity at a scale that, right now data is too cheap. Data is cheaper. Data is too expensive. It's more expensive here than almost anywhere else. And the problem
so it has to be regulated.
No, it's not a problem of regulation. It's a problem of investment.
Okay, for more people to invest, so the competitors will,
Because the truth is that
so the competition will be much, and so they will now start reducing the prices, right?
Yes, but it's a little beyond that.
Okay.
Even with 2 or 3 players, the problem is that the resource that they are, using to provide this access is expensive. Until the infrastructure are built, right, to have more access for them. A couple of months ago, MTN was losing bleeding money, right?
All right, no, but because of time, right? I just want you to answer maybe 3 questions, very fast because of time. Now, in what ways can digital tools strengthen civic participation, transparency, and even citizen engagement across Africa and countries? If you give me brief answers to this, I'll really appreciate it.
Okay, so quick responses. We need town halls, digital town halls, right? People need to have direct access to their representatives because they have to influence laws and policies that are made.
Okay.
We have to think about voting remotely to give access to our diaspora, people in diaspora. They spend a lot of money, they participate actively in our government. They should have a say in who rules the country. We need avenue for people to monitor how government is using their resources. The way it is right now, government is not accountable to us. We need to have a platform where we can see, even procurement, we need to have oversight of these things through digital tools.
All right. Now, so in talks in terms of governance and accountability, how can technology be used to actually hold institutions accountable while still protecting citizens' rights and freedoms?
Data protection rights and freedom is non-negotiable. Right? Technology should be tools to enhance them and not to limit them. Now, as I've answered in the last question, we need tools, digital tools for oversight. And likewise, we need to have an environment where, for instance, quickly let me say this, the power of any citizen in a democracy is the ability to call back their representatives.
Yeah.
That's power.
Yeah.
Because representatives are the ones that make the law, and they are the ones that can remove executives.
Okay.
So if they are not representing you, because you've got 3 tiers, right? Judiciary, the judges will interpret the laws representatives make, and then the representatives can remove. So your power is the ability to remove representatives at any time.
All right.
So we've got to make digital tools that empowers people over their representatives.
Okay,
that's how democracy can work.
That's very clear. But why should I call VOA to help me, achieve AI dreams in institutions? Why should I call VOA?
Well, personally, you shouldn't call me.
Yeah, so just what
we're doing.
Yeah.
In our Think and Do Thank is to build solutions that address these specific issues.
Okay.
Right. And these solutions, when we present them and their values, obviously the results, it's because of the end results of the problems that we are looking at and solving. That's why you should engage with us, not with us specifically, but with the tools that we are building to bridge this divide.
Okay, so now you have been able to bring up those tools to build this divide and to help people, meet up the standard of what you're preaching, right?
Oh yes.
Okay.
We some of these tools are already in the markets. Like NotoPX is the tool that we are using to help industries run.
All right.
We already have a deployment on some offshore facilities.
Okay.
And I mean, the last one we did, we came at a 2,000% price points cheaper than the European alternative.
Wow.
Because when we're talking about independence, right? For instance, in that market, we are the first players.
Whoa.
The software, we told you about the leader in the market, $200 billion company.
Wow.
We're talking about exports. Imports. Nobody's talking about tech imports.
True.
Right.
Tech imports. Wow, that's new, and that's
nobody's talking about that. We spend hundreds of millions of dollars every year in Africa
bringing in these
imports.
things. Yeah. And then we have it here.
And then we're building those.
Wow.
So those are the values we're discussing.
Wow. Now this is huge. And I'm sure we're going to bring you back on Business Money to, further get to know about, what you're building and how Nigerians will be able to benefit from this. Okay, please, we've been talking to, can you introduce yourself again?
Victor Oluwafemi Adeniji.
Victor Oluwafemi Adeniji. He's an AI expert, and they will help build, a lot of tech tools that we need, artificial intelligence in Nigeria and in Africa. So we'll be able to cover those loopholes. I want to thank you so much for joining us this morning on Business Money. You've been able to give us more insight, what we should expect as Africans. You've been also able to, encourage the youth to stay back in Nigeria and solve problems that we can actually solve. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much. We're so glad to have you on Business Money. After the break, we'll be discussing our second conversation on Business Money. Don't go anywhere. Thank you.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
You're welcome back to Business Morning, and moving on to our second conversation for today, talking about translating artificial intelligence technology into social impact. Innovators shift focus from hype to humanity. Now, artificial intelligence is moving beyond buzzwords as a new wave of African innovators, policymakers, and development partners push to translate artificial intelligence technology into measurable social impact. From agriculture and healthcare to education and financial inclusion, experts say the continent is entering a phase where artificial intelligence is being redesigned, not just as a tool for efficiency, but as a catalyst for equitable development. Now, at a recent regional innovation forum, stakeholders emphasized that Africa's unique challenges, limited infrastructure, fragmented data systems, and uneven access to technology also present opportunities for AI-driven solutions tailored to local realities. Participants highlighted that the next chapter of AI will be defined by how effectively emerging technologies are deployed to solve long-standing social problems. Now, tech entrepreneurs noted that AI-powered platforms are already improving access to early disease detection, optimizing crop yields for smallholder farmers, enhancing public service delivery, and expanding job opportunities through digital skill pathways. Now, AI isn't just about automation, it's about inclusion. And one expert said, stressing that the goal is to build systems that empower communities rather than widen inequalities. Now, government across West and East Africa are also increasing investments in national AI strategies, focusing on responsible data governance, local innovation hubs, and workforce upskilling development partners, stronger collaborations between regulators, private sector, and the rest. We'll be going on a short break. When we come back, we will be talking to our guest.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms.
So our Business Money we made, we want to talk about, we're supposed to talk about fraud prevention in a cashless economy as experts warn of new threats push for smarter solutions. Now, as Nigerians accelerate towards a fully cashless financial ecosystem, industry experts are raising fresh concerns about the rapid evolution of digital fraud and the urgent need for stronger technology-driven safeguards. Now, in recent years, electronic payments, mobile transfers, and digital wallets have exploded in popularity, driven by fintech innovation, policy reforms, and shifting consumer habits. But with this growth has come a surge in sophisticated cyber-enabled crimes, ranging from phishing and SIM swap attacks to account takeovers and automated fraud schemes powered by artificial intelligence. Now, according to industry analysts, the shift to cashless economy has outspaced traditional security frameworks, leaving financial institutions, fintech startups, and consumers exposed to emerging risk. Digitalization has transformed payments, but it has also widened the attack surface. And one cybersecurity specialist noted that fraudsters are adapting faster than many institutions can respond. Now, financial institutions are now investing heavily in real-time fraud detection models, AI-driven monitoring systems, and multi-layer authentication protocols to secure transactions. Experts say behavioral biometrics, tokenization, and anomaly detection technologies are becoming critical in predicting suspicious activities before they occur. But technology alone is not enough. Industry and stakeholders stress the need for stronger collaboration among banks, telecom operators, fintechs, and regulators. The goal is to develop a unified fraud response framework that enables faster information sharing and coordinated action when threats emerge. And now joining us is Awal Elegbede, and he's the VP of AML, CFT, and Fraud Prevention. Good morning, Awal.
Yes, good morning. Good morning. Thank you for having me. Thank you very much.
So good to have you this morning. Join us on Business Morning on the short notice. Now, very quickly, how has the rapid adoption of cashless payment channels reshaped the fraud landscape in Nigeria and other emerging markets?
Thank you very much for that question. I think it's pretty much self-evident in the way that the Nigerian economy and the Nigerian ecosystem, and by extension, the African ecosystem, has been transitioning. If you've observed, if you trace the historical perspective of how fraud used to happen, you used to have fiscal policing, fiscal law enforcement. There were times in Nigeria where it used to be armed robbery, it used to be cash grab and all that. And even things like kidnapping and all that used to be, they used to follow different patterns. But right now, what we have is a situation where people are more, because of the movement of large-scale transactions away from physical to digital, a lot of innovation is now going into, people are going into how they're going to tap into that sector too. So what you will have is a situation where before now, if your phone gets stolen, you're only worried about, oh, my contact on the phone, my contact, I'll lose my contact, or stuff like that. But now, if your phone gets stolen, you're more concerned about your banking apps and all of those financial instruments that you have within your phone, or if your password gets hacked. Before now, it used to be, or whether your digital password, your social media password, and all of that. Now it's more serious because our lives are now intertwined into our digital spaces. More like everybody has a digital identity, and it becomes a lot more a lot more stressful for you when you lose things that you. So I think globally, locally and globally, we are becoming more digital first, which is essentially driving how the fraud and the fraud landscapes and the threat actors are always they're acting to.
All right then. So now, what new types of cyber-enabled fraud are most prevalent in today's cashless economy, and why are traditional security models failing to stop them?
Okay, so thank you. I think before we go into what new fraud, I think one of the problems that we have from Nigeria and the African space is the lack of accurate data in terms of like reporting. So I'll give you an instance. If you go to Ojuelegba in Lagos, or you go to the north or you go to the south, this morning, there are lots of petty fraud going on. People's phones have been snatched, and then their money has been moved, or there are people on social media right now getting scammed by some Facebook fake Facebook profiles that claim to be doing things that are not supposed to be. But the reality of all of those crimes get unreported because people don't have enough confidence in terms of, okay, if I report this, who's going to help me anyway? So they just suck it up and take it and they move on. So I think, first of all, the biggest problem is that you don't even have enough data to see the scale of the problem. I think the regulators need to, first of all, inspire the confidence in people in a way that you report it. Even if you're not doing as much as you should do, first of all, you need to understand the scale of the problem. Now, having said that, I think within the scope of the data that we even have, the one of the biggest challenge that we have right now is identity fraud and account takeover. And I think the way this one works is typically people opening accounts and opening digital channels for in names that one may not exist, or names that exist and don't belong to the person who they are claiming to own it. So, for instance, you have a situation where people pull people's accounts, you could pull face from social media profiles and then use deepfakes and AI-generated images and pictures to open accounts with digital banks, and then you begin to pose as though you are those people and you defraud innocent people in the names of innocent individuals. So this is one of the patterns have become more and more pronounced in the year as we go. Obviously, there are still the typical day-to-day ones where we see phishing scams coming from social engineering, and as a result of AI too, social engineering is a lot more easier. It's easier to fall for right now than it used to be before. But as you know, a lot of the organizations that are responsible for building these tools are also reacting very strongly to this fraudulent pattern. So first of all, the problem, like I said, is reporting. The reporting itself, it's a problem. So if the data that we have is what we can use, but we need to improve that data by strengthening people's confidence in reporting these crimes. And I'll give you an instance. One of the things I usually find very useful is why do I, for instance, why if I get my phone stolen, why should I remember my bank's customer service for me to block my account? Why don't I have a centralized account like a 911 call? I just call and it's routes to any bank, and then they will tell me, oh yes, your account, they'll block your account instantly. So you have instant reporting that my phone is stolen, I need you to block my account, and I need you to take this as help me in whatever way that you can to help me track whoever stole it and all of that. So it makes people feel more in tune to come out and say that they've been fraud. And then you can take statistics of what is going on and then figure out where the problem is in the research.
Oh, wow. So now, Ben, how can financial institutions actually balance user convenience with strong authentication without creating friction that discourages digital uptake?
Yeah, that's an important question. I think it's that false positive, true positive, and it's usually called false acceptance and false rejection. So you're typically balancing customer experience with customer security, and in an ideal world, customer security should come first before customer experience, and then you now what physical financial institutions have to do first of all is to bend to the regulatory landscape that they have. For instance, the Nigerian regulators have expected that every transaction is supposed to be 2FA, which, in my opinion, you need to go into 3FA now, because a lot of 2FA is not as efficient anymore. But after that, you need to also ensure that the customer itself is not friction. So how do you do that? For instance, you could have things like trusted location. Instead of when a customer wants to log in, instead of having the customer have to validate his face every time, you validate his face, you take the location, and then you say, oh, that's a trusted location. So the next time the customer wants to log in from that same location, he doesn't have to go through that friction anymore. So that balances the security with user experience. Transaction, for instance, if I wanted to send money to you and I've never sent money to you the first time, I might have to go through extra layer of authentication in that line. Or if I've sent money to you before, then I don't need to do that anymore. So that's another way financial institutions balance it. Another way is having efficient transaction monitoring and anomaly detection system that can typically, so for instance, a lot of the time when you download a mobile app for an efficient financial institution, it could do things like device prototyping, device attestation, and device fingerprinting, where you're able to take a lot of the things that are attributes that are in the mobile app and that are in the phone, and determine the risk level associated with the individual. For instance, if a user has a VPN on his phone, you elevate the risk. That's likely. I mean, it's not necessary that the person is trying to do something nefarious, but there's a high likelihood that that's the direction. If the person has maybe developer mode, has his phone jailbroken, and all of those different ways that it's not normal. So you compound the risk, and then you give that kind of person a lot more friction in terms of how he fulfills transactions, how he logs in, how he does card transactions. So that way, you're not essentially just opening up a frictional avenue for everyone in that. So that's what a lot of the financial institutions are grading towards, and those who are not doing that yet should take.
Wow, that's very brilliant. Wow. So then what role does real-time data analytics and AI-driven monitoring play in identifying and even preventing complex fraud patterns?
Yeah, that's it's an interesting question, because in itself, the complex fraud patterns that we see today are coming from AI itself. So I call it is a never-ending battle. You never win it's a war that you never win, but you win the battles. And then so I talked about identity verification, identity fraud, for instance, and one of the things that has come up is you have mobile apps, for instance, that tell you to do liveliness and move your face and all that. But you have AI generated videos that can bypass and that can fool the AI that you have, the systems that you have to do the face verification in that light. So the next step is to also use artificial intelligence to detect whether this is actually AI-based detection or not. And there's something now that is called 3D verification, which is something a lot of the verification systems are moving into. I'll just give a quick explanation of it. When you want to log into a app, or when you want to authenticate yourself in any way, typically what you do is what the system does, it just takes a facial imprint of your front page. It's called 2-dimension, just flat surface. But that's constantly has proven to be susceptible to AI generated images and all that. So now what you have is 3D generated image, where you don't take just the flat surface, you take a lot of different dimensions, side of the face and all of that. So essentially there is a big problem space that's been opened, and it kind of form and a democratization of the threat actors. Before now, what you had was, you had very highly skilled individuals in a room. I mean, we used to watch those movies where you have some very intelligent guys who are hackers. But now the bar for being a threat actor has come way lower because of AI tools that are now available. So what that means is that a lot of the organizations who are fighting this crime, who are supposed to fight, you have anomaly detections that are AI based, that can sequence a lot of the information real time. So if I send money, if a customer receives money, you need to be able to analyze the customer's KYC, the sender's information, the device fingerprinting, the assets that the customer has, the previous transaction. You need to be able to do that real time and determine a risk score to determine if you should allow that inflow coming to the customer directly, or quarantine the transaction and ask customer for more information. And for you to do that, you can't leverage on non-intuitive behavioral skills. You have to use things that are extremely intelligent, that can gather knowledge, insight from data that you already have in the system. Because Nigeria has been running the digital banking since 2012. So we have thrones and thrones of records and transaction records that we can use to train models and better our real-time transaction monitoring and anomaly detection system. Essentially fighting the threat actors that do not have as much access to this much data, but they have access to the tools that we have today.
All right then. Yeah. Now, the very last question I want to ask you today is, now with the rise of a mobile wallet and instant transfers, what do you think are the biggest vulnerabilities in digital payment infrastructure today? What do you think are those biggest vulnerabilities in the digital payments infrastructure as of today? Please, can you give me a brief answer to that because of time? Thank you so much.
Yeah, so I think it's still identity. It's data identity.
Okay.
The biggest vulnerability today that we have is that Nigeria and Africa as a whole, we don't have a 5-9 trusted identity system. The NIN and BVN is trying to come up, but there's still there are a lot of issues in terms of critical identifying individuals and making sure that those things are deduplicated. What I mean is, everybody in Nigeria should have an NIN, and it should be very impossible for you to have 2 NINs tied to one person. And right now, there is still a lot of work that needs to be done. I think there's still quite a lot of NIN racketeering still going on. The most important thing is identity. You need to make sure that everybody in Nigeria has a single unique identity that is traceable, that is unique, that is not possible to be stolen. So that way, you can find everyone you tie that information to everyone's accounts across wallets, infrastructure, and then it's easy for you to trace when things happen. And over time, people will get the message that you could do the crime, but you'll be found.
Thank you so much, Awal, for making this very, very good insights, as in the very super intelligent insight that you've given us today. Talking about fraud-based issues, talking about artificial intelligence, inclusiveness in all of this. I want to thank you so much for opening our eyes to see these trends and to know how to go about it. And I also observed when you spoke about making people's identity, not to be too hard to find, because that will be an easy way to detect, when fraud issues have arisen. I want to thank you so much for joining Business Morning today. Thank you so much for your time. And now this is where we call it a day on Business Morning this morning. Thank you for joining us, and join us same time tomorrow for yet another very insightful episode of Business Morning. Up next is The Big Story. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was plenty of demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Imagine working hard for a whole year, then one error in the grading system shatters your dreams. May 14th, JAMB admits errors. August 8th, WAEC confesses discrepancies. Two of Nigeria's biggest exam bodies caught in breaches of trust. That's the reality. And no, it isn't just a glitch. It is the rewriting of millions of destinies. It is young Nigerians robbed of certainty, parents questioning everything. Experts are calling for reforms, private sector involvement, and transparency. But the question is, will anyone listen? What happens if they don't? And if exam results can't be trusted? Then what else in Nigeria's education system is broken? You won't hear this depth anywhere else. Only on BusinessDay Premium. Want to know how Nigeria can fix education? Want the full story on the children left out of school? Then subscribe today to enjoy our current series on education and other sectors. Don't stay in the dark. Stay in the loop.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with BusinessDay Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a BusinessDay mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alarm, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Imagine working hard for a whole year, then one error in the grading system shatters your dreams. May 14th, JAMB admits errors. August 8th, WAEC confesses discrepancies. Two of Nigeria's biggest exam bodies caught in breaches of trust. That's the reality. And no, it isn't just a glitch. It is the rewriting of millions of destinies. It is young Nigerians robbed of certainty, parents questioning everything. Experts are calling for reforms, private sector involvement, and transparency. But the question is, will anyone listen? What happens if they don't? And if exam results can't be trusted? Then what else in Nigeria's education system is broken? You won't hear this depth anywhere else. Only on Business Day Premium. Want to know how Nigeria can fix education? Want the full story on the children left out of school? Then subscribe today to enjoy our current series on education and other sectors. Don't stay in the dark. Stay in the loop.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning. You're welcome back to the Breakfast Show on Business Day Television. Now, this is the big story segment of the Breakfast Show, and we're talking about low insurance penetration as it threatens financial safety nets, but new opportunities are emerging in Nigeria. You know, Nigeria's insurance industry is entering a critical turning point as experts warn that the country's persistently low insurance penetration rate, currently below 1%, poses a significant threat to economic stability, wealth protection, and even national resilience. Now, despite being Africa's largest economy, millions of Nigerians remain uninsured, exposing households, small businesses, and even major industries to avoidable financial shocks. Analysts trace the issue to long-standing challenges such as low awareness, cultural perceptions, affordability barriers, and limited distribution channels, especially in rural areas. However, recent developments indicate a shift. Regulatory reforms by the National Insurance Commission, NICOM, rising digital adoption, and a growing fintech ecosystem are creating new pathways to expand coverage and even deepen trust in insurance. Now, NICOM officials say ongoing reforms aim to strengthen consumer protection, enforce capital adequacy, and drive innovation. Now, the Commission is also pushing for mandatory insurance enforcement in sectors such as motor health and public buildings to boost compliance. And as the sector continues to evolve, stakeholders agree that expanding insurance coverage is not just an economic objective, it is a national necessity. And now joining us is esteemed Olusesan Ogunyoye. He's the head marketing AXA Mansard. So good to have you join us on Business Morning this morning.
Good morning. How are you today?
Fine,
Good
thank
to be here
you.
too.
Good to have you.
Yeah.
You're looking very smart this morning.
Thank you. Thank you. You look good as well.
Thank you so much. So now very quickly, Nigeria's insurance penetration rate. The penetration rate of Nigerian insurance remains below 1%. Now the question is, what are the fundamental structural barriers preventing deeper market penetration? I think that's a bit straight.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to look at that, majorly through about four, dimensions. And I like the fact that you emphasize the word, fundamental, because
Exactly.
there are not so fundamental issues.
Exactly.
But fundamentally, I think the biggest challenge, and this is me looking at it from a marketing person who is, looking at the consumer behavior all the time.
Okay.
Right. And what you are going to find out first is low disposable income.
Okay.
Right. At the end of the day, insurance is, if you look at it in even the Maslow hierarchy of need, you want to think about food, clothing, and shelter. So if insurance falls somewhere where you reach that area of, stability, and you're looking at protection and a number of other things like that. So it doesn't fall within, that three major things. So low disposable income. So it means that people will feed themselves, will house themselves, will clothe themselves before they think about self-actualization, and they are now thinking about insurance. So that's the first issue that it has. And if you look at the Nigerian situation where unemployment is high and 80% of the market is pretty much within the informal sector, which also goes back to tell you about earning power, which is which people argue that it is less than $1 per day. So if you put all of this together, you can understand why a typical Nigerian will not consider insurance first. Second on that trajectory is people have insurance in other ways than formal insurance. My former CEO used to say that in Nigeria, in Africa, we are our own insurance. So when people give birth, they call you and say, your wife has given birth. That's a form of insurance, because they know that, you are going to put in something. When people fall sick, community come together. So that's some form of safety net. So people would rather refer to those simpler ones. The second thing there is the low trust.
Okay.
So there is an issue with trust. And the problem is, so for the few people who are also willing to take the bet on insurance, there is this, opaqueness in the insurance process that they don't really understand, right? A lot of tiny prints and so on and so forth. People believe that, when you buy insurance, it is when you get to the end game, which is the moment of truth about insurance, that you now know you didn't cover this, you didn't cover that, and a number of other things. And the last one I'm going to speak about in terms of, the fundamental is distribution access. Right, you find that a lot of uneducated people today cannot buy insurance because there's a lot of paperwork and a number of other things. So fundamentally, these are the things that have come and form some kind of psychosocial barrier for people to be able to to access insurance.
Wow. So then, but then again, how can insurance operators build public trust in a market where many Nigerians still view insurance as non-essential or even unreliable?
So for me, and again, I speak from a marketing perspective, right? I think the biggest news for me this year is actually NIRA, right? The Nigeria Insurance Industry Reform Act, 2025. And why I call it the biggest news for me is the emphasis it places on claims payment, right? Two fundamental things in that for me, right? Emphasis on claims payment and recapitalization of the insurance, sector. One, the emphasis of claims payment, the moment of truth where the distrust really comes in for insurance is when people want to pay.
Wow.
And it's not like insurance company don't pay, right? If you look at the news and, I think BusinessDay does an amazing job in that direction. You will see how much insurance company pay out annually in claims. They are human beings who are getting this thing. So the biggest issue is people don't understand the process between when a claim happens and when a claim is paid.
Wow.
So in that moment of truth, I have an accident, I want my claim to be paid, then I need to take pictures, I need to follow this process, I need to get evidence. That. People just lose trust in that process. But I believe that with NIRA, that is now placing emphasis on prompt claims payment, then we can shorten the payment process and we can build trust for that. The second part of it, which I also saw, is about the recapitalization. It means that insurance company now have the wherewithal to pay claims, right? Because the few or the insurance company that will be operating will have, the financial capability to pay the claims. And when you find out that all of this happened, people start telling people, right? This is how I got my stuff solved. This is how I got my stuff solved. So the story will be different.
Yeah, you're very right on that. So now, what role can technology, right, and even digital platforms play in accelerating insurance, the adoption part of it, and particularly among the unbanked and even informal sectors?
So if you look at it, so you first spoke about penetration problem, and I said one of the challenges that insurance face today is the issue of distribution.
All right.
So the first thing that technology can play is access. And we've seen that in fintech. We've seen that. I wrote an article about 2 months ago about how the fintech OPay particularly got my mother, who didn't go to school, who cannot write or say anything, to access to finance during the cash crunch period. And today the old woman who doesn't know how to do anything can literally transfer money. Now we can transfer money to her OPay account. She pays her vendors from her OPay account. People come to her petty shop and they buy product and they transfer money to her. So that's the power of digitization or technology in terms of distribution. So if you also look at it, even if you look at it in terms of report, you will see that between then financial inclusion has grown because of the presence of fintechs and stuff like that. So if you stretch that imagination and you take it into insurance, you find out that it is also possible, right, for stuff like that to happen. And we have experimented with it, in Axum and Sat, for example. And I'll give you 2 examples. So for example, we had a partnership with Airtel, right, where we sell health insurance via mobile. Right, and we also have a partnership with with PalmPay, where we sell health insurance via the PalmPay. So PalmPay has over 25 million subscribers. So you can imagine, and in less than 2 years, we have about 1.82 million Nigerians who are buying insurance just because we put it on platform that people have access to. So distribution can work. That's the one role that it can play. The second part of it is claims, which is where the trust comes in as well, right? And you can figure out that people can, make their claims also on the platform. So distribution wise, claim wise, because now and again it tells you about the human experience, right? So for example, you sit down in this studio and you order a ride, right? You see that on your app, you can see how the car is moving. So there is some sign of something, even though it's telling you it's 45 minutes. There is a kind of, you are part of that entire process of how the car
carrying you along,
right? So you are not agitated. You are not, there's no tension.
There's no tension at all.
So the same thing, if we can have a digitization process where people can see that I lodge a complaint, and this is my complaint, I've moved from point 1 to point 2 for point 3, then you can say, okay, in 2 days it will be out. Well, what currently happening is that even when the insurance company is working on your claims, you don't know. So you just make an assumption, like 3 days, if people have not come back to me, then definitely it must be a scam. So those are, that level of transparency and assurance is what digitization can bring from the distribution side and from the claim side.
Wow, that's really remarkable. Okay, now going forward, in what ways can regulatory reforms, right, and such as improved capital requirements or even digital compliance frameworks strengthen the insurance ecosystem?
So like I said, I think the biggest news for me this year, and that's from a marketing perspective, because it's one thing that there is a lot of story. We need to increase education, we need to increase awareness and stuff like that. And you're looking at it that stories have materials. Stories has, there is something that you have to tell, right? And I believe that, the NERA Act gives us, from a marketing perspective, the right story to tell. Right. And if you look at it in terms of dimensioning, right, we've spoken about the recapitalization, we've spoken about, another thing that I think, the NERA brings into play is digitization. Right, so you can see that there is almost a compelling reason for them to for the industry to move towards digitization. And I think I like the fact that the insurtech part of the policy is focused on retail, right? It's focused on individual, right? So it's the regulator seems to have some sense like, okay, if we focus the insurtech on retail, then we can drive faster penetration. So the reform is going to play fundamental role. I also think the issue. So if you also look at it, there are compulsory insurance. I believe very strongly that that is one side of the puzzle. Because at the end of the day, yes, there are compulsory insurance, but the other side of the puzzle, if you also look at countries where this kind of thing works, is that you find out that it is not cheap to get certain things done. So if I have an accident on the road using motor insurance, right, I'm likely to call Sikiru and say, come and fix it, 20,000 naira. And if I look at the cost of time that I'm going to call an insurance company to come and fix 15,000 naira. So there is the tendency for you to just want to do your third party and move on. So regulation is going to play a significant role. I, as a marketing person, is looking forward to how we start to implement these things, because it gives us better story to tell. We can tell more convincing story because we know that, we are not just selling policy now, we are selling promises.
Exactly. Wow, that's, has been very insightful if you ask me, right? But then moving on, I have like 3 more questions of what to ask you. Please, you just do me the favor of, giving me brief answers to this effect so we can be able to cover it up because of time. But then again, how can micro insurance products, right, be scaled to serve low-income populations, MSMEs, and rural communities effectively?
So the biggest question we need to ask is, one of my favorite authors also say that nobody wakes up and wants to buy insurance. When you wake up in the morning, the first thing you don't want to think about is not buying insurance. So the first problem is, what is the gap in people's life, right, that we want to make them buy insurance, either top of the pyramid or below the pyramid, right? So I think the first thing for me is we need to create the right product, cover what people want to cover. My mother in the village wants to cover a shop, That's all she wants to cover, right? And she should be able to do it simply and straightforward. So in terms of micro insurance, that's what it can play. Secondly, of course, we've spoken about technology to ensure that this has access to that. The health insurance part, all of those are also part of it. So in terms of micro insurance, designing the right product covering what people want to cover, right? So you can do it in terms of embedded insurance, but not just I want to buy a business insurance that you must cover this and that. Let me cover what I want to be able to cover. And I believe that with technology in place, we are able to do that. So you can just tick what exactly you want to cover.
All right. So what strategies can insurers deploy to deepen awareness, and literacy about the benefits of insurance among young Nigerians?
So again, if first how do young Nigerians consume information? Right. One of the things that we, and my team in Excellence, I try as much as possible not to is not to sell insurance by fear. Okay. Right. And if you look at the predominant messaging that is out there from insurance is, if you don't do this, you are going to do this. Psychologically, that's not how human beings are wired. Okay. Right. We are not wired to be afraid. And I always told people that if fear mongering or fear messaging works, people will not drink and drive. Right. People will no longer smoke. Right, because if you pick a pack of cigarettes today, you are going to see the message, but people still smoke. So fundamentally, we need to understand that we cannot scare people into the game. People will do what they want to do. So the way to get it is to sync our messaging into the culture of the youth. Okay, that's number one. Number two is to again cover what they want to cover. People will do what they want to do, right? And we are the one who needs to sink into what they want to do, not to draw them and say, come and be part of what they want to do. So that's for me, one strategies we need to be for.
Oh, wow. That's very, 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 very good. It's very encouraging as well. But then again, how can partnerships between insurance, telecom companies, fintechs, health providers actually unlock new distribution channels?
I think that's the game changer. Right, and I told you we've actually piloted it in Excellence, and we have partnerships with fintech and even with telcos and stuff like that. Mobile penetration and internet penetration in Nigeria is increasing. So why reinvent the wheel? Just get on the on the infrastructure of those who have built it. For example, like I said, we have done with Airtel. You buy airtime. There are bundles of airtime that you buy today that you can buy, health insurance part of it. You can be on certain micro fintech app and you can buy insurance. So I think, the game changer in terms of distribution and penetration is getting on board with fintechs, telcos, and, even the banking industry, while we build our own railroad with a new insurtech policy, while we build our own railroad into the system. But we do partnerships.
All right, so now the very last question I have for you this morning on Business Morning is this: to what extent is affordability a major barrier, and what pricing innovations can address cost-related resistance?
So affordability is always relative, because what is affordable for me is not affordable, for other people, and so on. And so affordability is relative. The thing is, I feel that we need to. There are very cheap insurance products, and I think that's where communication comes in, right? Right. We have insurance products or health product as low as 500 naira. We have health life product of 100 naira. So it's always so I don't think affordability is the main issue, because there are products. I think what we need to focus on as an industry or as a profession is how do we get people aware of the fact that it is affordable.
All right.
Yes.
Wow. So we've been talking to Mr. Olusegun. He's the head marketing at Mansard. Now you've been able to give us a whole lot of insights in why we need insurance. And that's very super intelligent, if you ask me. I want to thank you so much for opening our eyes to the need of insurance in our lives. And then some of the things we are missing out, the trust and the claims and all of that one. Want to thank you so much for, putting so much inside, deliberate effort to help us see reasons why this is good for us. Thank you so much, Dr. Mansat, for this, very good big story you gave us this morning.
Thank you very much.
For joining. Thank you. And that's all we have for you today on the big story. Thank you for the insightful conversation. And now this is all we can take on the big story segment. Stay tuned for more updates. And up next is social listening. Stay tuned.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
You are watching Business Day Television.
And welcome back to the Breakfast Show on Business Day Television. Now, this is a social listeners segment on the Breakfast Show. I am Destiny Mama, and with me here is
Onyeka Valentine.
Onyeka Valentine.
I think you're wondering why I said so.
Of course. Now, very quickly, let's move straight to our topics for the social listening this morning, making the rounds on social media. Now, it says that former Deputy Speaker Idris Wase is making headlines after cautioning that the federal government police withdrawal from VIPs could worsen kidnappings across the country, and Wase shared his concerns during a security debate at the House of Representatives, saying the directive needs clearer rules to avoid putting key officials at risk. He said the intention behind President Tinubu is good, but criminals may now use the loophole to target more politicians, especially in the north where threats from bandits are already high. He also pointed out cases where Boko Haram suspects were found on military and police recruitment lists, calling the security situation too delicate for rushed decisions. Before we see tweets to this effect, wow, this is a bit, I don't know, understand. I can see that there's some things that ought not to be there, like recruiting, like on the list, they find Boko Haram members on that list. To what end?
Well, first and foremost, I will say this very quickly. When you have found the wind of war, and so it has now begun to affect you, and so you now look for loopholes to begin to cry foul. I totally disagree with him when he says that removing police officers will give room for bandits to attack some VIPs or some people. My question is that, what is it that you're running away from? If you're very innocent, what do you need security for?
Sure.
I understand that, yes, bandits don't just target those who are of influence, they target everybody. We understand this.
Yeah.
But now we have an impending issue.
So what's the major concern?
You get me now in front of us now. So,
exactly.
So the truth of the matter is this, is that, you see, when people tell you that politics has its misgivings, these are one of the triggers that we see.
Sure.
Why? The man who is our president, CSC, is making some strong moves to curb insecurity, to fight, criminals.
Exactly.
And he's saying, look, I need my police officers to be at strategic points, not just following VIPs, blowing sirens, and then carrying a guy's bag madam's handbag.
Exactly, and running on errands unnecessary.
So now we see people, other politicians come out to now say, oh, this might create room for
insecurity.
Is
it the insecurity that we do not have presently?
So my question now is, if he's now saying to create insecurity, is it that we don't have NSCDC any longer? We have them. He has given you options to try those.
So why is it now looking down on the NSCDC? Do they not have good training to this effect?
The truth of the matter is that politics.
But in the Western world,
so politics and politicians don't seem to understand, some of them, not all, don't seem to understand that when it comes to lives and property, keep your differences aside. I'm sure if you dig deep, you realize that this person probably is not an APC person, maybe a PDP person. So they're looking for different ways to weigh in. And once they weigh in, they begin to sabotage the move that is about to make. I'm not an APC person, rather am I a PDP person, not a politician. Our job as broadcasters is to look at what our viewers want to ask.
And feel the pulse of the people.
So the question
and voice.
What we're asking is that, why do they want to frustrate Mr. President's move?
Exactly.
Leave that aside. If
he has started to make a right step towards the right direction, and there's a drawback.
There's a drawback. Why the drawback?
Oh my God. I think we should see tweets to this effect. Now, before we go on the tweets, I'm sure there was something you were saying about, actually trying to bring down, what the president is trying to do. Now, if it continues like this effort that the president is trying to bring here, more opposition will be coming just because of the selfish reasons, as to why things like this should not happen.
That's my point.
It's actually very, very, very degrading if you ask me that, somebody in power will be saying something like that. And the tweet from Ifeanyi Chukwu says that tackle the insecurity and stop being afraid. What is the hope of an average Nigerian that cannot afford VIP's security? Now, this is on point. And Sarah Benson said, are there no private security companies in the country? Why must they feel entitled to the little security personnel that aren't even enough for the populace? If they want security, they should pay from their pockets. Of course, security is expensive because that's what happens in the Western world.
You know, so they have, like the other person rightly said, we do have private security. They're
Exactly.
there, who are
They're
registered,
there, exactly.
who are registered with the police force.
True.
Police force has an inventory of these people.
Exactly.
And so if you now say, oh, I want security, the police force will ask you, have you gone to personal security? You have.
Exactly.
The personal ones you now confirm, are they registered with police force? Do we know them? Good and fine. Go and hire, pay. You're a VIP now.
Exactly. And then Dr. Ladowski said, now this is the only way this country can work. Take out the comfortability from them, and you will begin to see action and resolutions on solving the actual problem. Adebayo 3719 says that security should be for all, not just VIPs. If we treated every citizen equally, we would have a culture of collective security. Rich or poor, we all deserve protection. Wow. That's like hitting the nail on the head. We all deserve this protection. We see people dying in the north. We see a lot of things happening, and then we're just here getting used to a situation that is not supposed to be gotten used to just like that. And then here is someone complaining that insecurity will be much or kidnapping will be much if that is done. And we do not have much of this personnel, if you ask me.
Well, again, thank God we're looking at recruiting more people. But however, more personnel. But however, having said this, what should come to mind should be, as the president is making moves to be able to mitigate the problems that we have by making sure he, detaches police officers who are attached with VIPs so we can use them for community policing. Let's also look at those who might want to frustrate his efforts and bring them to book. Like this man who said this thing.
Very fast.
Yes, this man that said this thing. Begin to ask yourself a question. What is it for him? What is his motive? They all have an MO.
Exactly.
An MO can never ever be, you can never hide. Once there is a move towards, because this is a natural, we are faced with a serious.
No, he just succeeded in even speaking for the others.
Yes, we are faced with a serious national
insecurity issue.
And so any other thing should be irrelevant.
It should be irrelevant.
First and foremost, number one agenda, make sure Nigeria and Nigerians are secure first. Then VIPs, if you want security, go and hire private security agents.
You on the tweets. Now, moving to the second, topic on making the rounds on the social media, says that in Niger State, a heartbreaking incident has thrown the community into deeper grief. A father, Anthony Musa, has died from a heart attack after his 3 children were abducted from St. Mary's Catholic School in Pakmiri village. The chairman of a Khan in the northern region, Reverend John Hayab, confirmed the tragedy and saying the man couldn't cope with the shock of the kidnapping. Another parent, a woman, has also died, though the cause is still unclear. The Khan chairman in Niger State, Most Reverend Bulus Dawa Yohana, said families are living in fear while the remaining abducted children are still missing. And security agencies have been urged to speed up rescue operations as the community struggles with trauma. Before we see tweets, I want to remind us that this is a very sad one here. Imagine that this never happened. This man and this woman will still be alive, taking care of their children. The pain of losing a parent, it's so sad. And these are young children.
Right. So, again, we cannot divorce the fact that heartbreak is not real. It is real.
Sad.
Having said so, I will basically tell all Nigerians, really, that's all of us in general, that you see, hard times don't last.
Hard people do.
Exactly. And like I've always said before, look, again, our condolences goes out to the family of the
So
the
much
person who couldn't take the family, the person who couldn't take it, and
beauty will come from
on,
these ashes.
you know. But for what it's worth, right? These are hard times. We will come out of it.
True.
And you want to call it a pep talk, good and fine. But let's be rest assured that the only way things can work is if we work as one.
You've just said
right?
it.
Which is why I want to say this next thing. Can we, as we are looking at, as Mr. President, as we are looking at getting more personnel into the army, into the military, looking at moving police officers from VIPs to some certain areas, can we also add gadgets to that? Can we look at cameras?
Exactly.
Can we look at real-time cameras?
You just said it all. Camera.
Such a way that, look, at every major junction, right? Deploy those cameras such a way that at the end of the day, even if you don't catch them in the act, at least you have a lead.
There are a lot of sophisticated cameras now that can help them do this job. They cannot do it. They cannot have eyes everywhere, you know, and that's why the Western world take advantage of this camera effect, and it's making the difference. It's making the difference, trust me. And they're using very good satellites. We also need these good satellites that will give them the signals of where to catch and make it easy.
And just to add to that,
yeah.
Again, why do we have satellite images? Now, we might not. I'm talking about internationally.
True.
We can partner with this. Look, give us real-time shots. We are in a crossroad right now with banditry and terrorists.
True.
So give us real-time shots. Right? You want to help us international world? Help us by making sure that we don't lack visuals.
The equipment that we need.
And to also help to let us be able to have such equality based on information sharing. This is only where our security personnel can act well. It's not by juju, like they say.
Exactly. So let the tweets start rolling in now. You know, it's so unfortunate when we see things like this that we cannot really, you know, say, okay, this is it. Okay, now from Ocean Diali says that, and guess what? The persons representing him at the National Assembly are discussing how to attend a dinner banquet organized by Remi Tinubu. Whoa, his claims I do not know. But then O.C. Oreta says that people don't know how terrible this is. Kidnapping toddlers is the worst a parent can face in this life. Now, you will feel so useless imagining how your baby who survives on special meal can cope 24 hours outside home. And this is supposed to be government's top priority, yet nothing. And then from Femi Eluaka says, as usual, the victims and their families suffer while the terrorists negotiate with Tinubu. Vicious cycle.
So we want to let's debunk that very quickly, because not everyone who sends a message via social media is free to entertain and not react responsibly. So it is we saying, look, you want to call it, some will say allegedly, but that's separate now, right? That kind of tweet is quite, you know, it could be derogatory. Let's be honest. He says negotiate with Tinubu. We don't have such information to say he's negotiating with terrorists, right? So we disagree with that particular, message, so that it doesn't come to be that we don't give our facts right. Let's be honest. It might not be a human being behind that tweet. It could be someone who's trying to run propaganda.
Exactly.
You know, so.
Well, you already know these things, and then whichever way is possible, let's see what Samuel Victor says. And how can Nigeria be the reason a man dies before his time? How does a country push a father into the grave? Not by bullets, not by sickness, not by fear, but by fear, anguish, and helplessness over his own children. No parent should die simply because the government failed to do its most basic duty to protect life. And also, I think that's about the tweets that we have on this particular issue. And I must say that the tweets here have been able to either, speak the minds of Nigerians and maybe counter the others. And I'm moving on, says that football star Victor Osimhen has revealed a painful detail about his life after the 2021 facial injury that nearly ended his career. He said he can only chew on the right side of his mouth because of the metal plates and screws permanently fixed into the left side of his face. The injury happened during a clash of heads in a league match, leaving him with multiple fractures around his jaw and eye. And after surgery that inserted 18 screws, the left side never fully recovered. He still wears his protective marks for confidence and safety on the pitch. And he also explained that the damage makes it impossible to chew on the left side, which also affects how he eats and his facial comfort every day. Before we see tweets to this effect, I must say that this guy has gone through a lot. You know, having a face where you know that it's not just bones, it's not just the flesh and blood, and I don't know. I just don't know how he's able to
carry on.
Yes, to carry on. It's been such a challenging time for him.
So So every work has its own,
challenges.
Its own challenge. It comes with its own risk, as the case may be. He is in a sport that is a contact sport, and when you are in the contact sport business, there's a huge tendency that your injury, expectation might be high.
Wow.
So, but having said so, right? He's raking in the big checks.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know that.
Again, this is not me. I'm not trying to be insensitive, but I'm saying, the hazard with the job comes with big paychecks. Like you're saying that someone who is the bodyguard to Putin or those key persons.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
What I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I agree with you. But the situation at hand requires that we just understand from where he's coming from. Yes, he has a big paycheck to actually, help the situation. But don't forget that money cannot do it all.
So not necessarily help the situation. I mean to say that
money cannot do it all, my brother.
No, hold on. What I'm trying to say is that the fact that he's making money, right? That alone is a soft cushion to say, at least this injury has happened, but I'm being compensated well.
Yeah.
It could have been bad or worse if with all these injuries and exactly the money he's making is not worth it.
Go for me, check.
Which is why I said, at the end of the day,
he's able to.
Uneasy lies the hair that wears the crown. Let's be honest. To whom much is given, much is expected.
All right.
But we wish that he gets to recover, if at all, eventually. But the thing is this: when we're not seeing, is that let's hope that this doesn't affect his, performance on the pitch moving forward.
Because that's what we're talking about health here, and then you're talking about money. I was trying to, bring that out a bit to say that he cannot really cover for that. But let's see tweets to this effect. He's actually suffering. Now from Mr. Vitalis said that Osimhen deserves nothing but respect. His transparency reminds us that athletes are human too, wishing him a smooth and speedy recovery. And from a Smartech 2050 says Osimhen's resilience is different. Not many will keep going under this kind of pain.
Very true.
Oh my God. And from Favorchino Somi says, wow, that's crazy. I actually thought the mask was for fashion. You see, a lot of people do not even know the reason behind the mask. And from Smartech 2050 again said that Victor is playing through a level of discomfort most people can't imagine. Massive respect. Oh, wow. Well, they've just been able to hit the nail on the head because it's more like an emotional thing right now. You can imagine the pain he's going through. Just a little pain on any part of your face or any part of your body. You know how far, the extent that goes, the discomfort that brings. And then you have to be running with so much strength on that pitch, with so much burden on your face.
So what this means really now in trying to analyze this for income, for implementing two things. One, as much as, we are seeing the injury that we're talking about the injury that he's going through, there's a flip side to it. Those who run, pain pharmacies, pharmaceuticals, right? This also, we don't know this, but this is also an opportunity for them to actually have him as their brand ambassador.
Okay,
and do something business angle I'm coming from.
Yeah, there's a business angle.
Exactly, because you see, the fact that he has that consistent pain, he can't chew properly, right, from the left side of his face, from the left side of his jaw, because it affects him. The nerves, obviously, and that around that.
But if there was no money,
affected. So just what I'm getting to is that in everything that happens, there's an opportunity that opens.
True.
Right.
Yeah.
I remember sometime in the past there was this athlete that had this issue with his knee. Sometimes in
the kneecap, right?
Yeah, sometimes in early 20, late 90s.
Okay.
And just when he was, I think he was being relegated to the back,
Yeah.
he got an endorsement,
Oh.
right, from a pharmaceutical company about painkillers.
Wow.
And that was strange because he was always wearing his kneecap on his, I've forgotten his name now, this knee protective whatever stuff around his knee. And that became a symbol. And before we knew I think it was American football. Before we knew what was happening, he became started making money of that area.
Oh, wow.
So not necessarily from the football itself, but the fact that he became an ambassador.
No, but I'm just imagining, those screws. They said about 18 screws on his face, just his face. Is it the right or the left? Now it's just thought provoking.
Well, wish him well.
But then again, the people that did the surgery, we should also give them, kudos for actually, pulling that up, very successfully, and then still keeping him on the pitch, doing his thing. Although the pain here and there, but we must give it to him, he's actually a very strong athlete. And we should actually, he should get more encouragement from these things that he's doing, right?
Are you talking about more endorsements for him from the club?
Of course, there are a lot of people, like you said, that want a face for their brand.
So another thing is that what we are not seeing is that there's a big possibility that if some certain crosses are made from his teammates on the pitch, where he actually needs to use his head to headbutt into the net, he might, because of that fear of recurrence, right? He might affect his performance.
Exactly.
And if the coach sees that, get my point now. If the coach sees that, he might want to say, you know what? Can we move him from the attacker zone to the midfielder?
A lot of accidents happening.
So all this can affect.
It can be avoidable. Like really, it's too much. But although so many times you don't see it coming.
It's a contact sport.
You don't see it coming.
You can't avoid it.
Well, we can go on and on social listening today. Talking about things making around on the social media. But unfortunately, we have to draw the curtain right here, as this is all we can take on social listening today. We looked at the warning around the police withdrawal and the tragic deaths linked to the Niger school abduction, and also Victor Osimhen's lasting injury impact. I'm Destiny Mama, and with me was
Onyeka Valentine.
All right, join us same time tomorrow on Business Day Television Breakfast Show. We call it a day. Good morning.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, we're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Imagine working hard for a whole year, then one error in the grading system shatters your dreams. May 14th, JAMB admits errors. August 8th, WAEC confesses discrepancies. Two of Nigeria's biggest exam bodies caught in breaches of trust. That's the reality. And no, it isn't just a glitch. It is the rewriting of millions of destinies. It is young Nigerians robbed of certainty, parents questioning everything. Experts are calling for reforms, private sector involvement, and transparency. But the question is, will anyone listen? What happens if they don't? And if exam results can't be trusted? Then what else in Nigeria's education system is broken? You won't hear this depth anywhere else. Only on Business Day Premium. Want to know how Nigeria can fix education? Want the full story on the children left out of school? Then subscribe today to enjoy our current series on education and other sectors. Don't stay in the dark. Stay in the loop.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the Business News Hour. I'm Glory Brown. Let's take a look at the major business stories making headlines today. Banks open market operations cash surge lifts deposit with CBN by 150%. Federal government plans capital gains tax reduction to 25% in 2026. Taiwo Oyedele. Police withdrawal order to append 108 billion naira VIP security economy. African Development Bank approves $500 million loan for Nigerians' energy transition governance reforms. Let's start with news in Nigeria, where Nigerians' banking system is awash with excess liquidity from open market operations repayment, driving a sharp rise in deposits placed with the Central Bank of Nigeria just a day after the Monetary Policy Committee reduced the returns bank earns on such funds. The surge in liquidity pushed banks' deposit with the CBN up by 149.7% on Wednesday, underscoring the scale of OMO inflows circulating in the system. CBN data showed that banks' deposit with the regulator jumped to 2.64 trillion naira on Wednesday, rising by 149.7% compared to 1.06 trillion naira on Tuesday. The liquidity surge dragged down short-term interest rate, with the overnight policy rate closing at 22.50%, down 200 basis points day on day, while the overnight rate settled at 22.75%, down 208 basis points. Analysts says interbank rates were expected to remain within similar levels. Moving on, Taiwo Oyedele, chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms in Nigeria, has said that the capital gain tax will be reviewed from 30% to at least 25% come 2026. Under the Nigerian Act of 2025, capital gain tax has been raised to 30% from 10% effective January 1st, 2026. Under the new regime, CGT ensures that investors who profit from rising shares prices contribute to public revenue. Wale Edun, Minister of Finance and the Coordinating Minister of the Economy, has also mentioned earlier this month plans to review the controversial capital gain tax ahead of its implementation next January. This was as a result of the backdrop of cautious trading in the equities market as investors recalibrate portfolios in response to geopolitical tensions arising from the US to Nigerian diplomatic standoff and the proposed capital gain tax. Meanwhile, President Bola Tinubu's order for the withdrawal of police officers attached to very important persons threatens to upend an opaque 108 billion naira a year economy built on a quiet development of state security personnel to politicians, executives, celebrities, and luxury estates. For decades, the shadow market has diverted tens of thousands of officers from front-line policing into private protection gigs that generate steady, often untraceable cash flows for senior officers and brokers. The European Union Agency for Asylum report says more than 100,000 police officers were assigned to the protections of politicians and VIPs, a figure widely reported by local media. Data obtained from tour banks, executives, celebrities, high-end residential estates, and private individuals suggest that these officers are paid between 60,000 naira to 120,000 naira each per month. For 100,000 police officers, that comes to between 6 billion naira and 12 billion naira monthly, giving an average of 9 billion naira per month and 108 billion naira per year. Experts says enforcing that directive to withdraw police officers from VIP protection could trigger immediate disruptions, boost policing capacity, and reshape Nigeria's shadow security economy. Still on, the African Development Bank Group has approved a $500 million loan to Nigeria to fund the second phase of its economic governance and energy transition support program announced on Wednesday. The facility will support Nigeria's push to modernize its electricity infrastructure, expand access to cleaner energy, and deepen fiscal and governance reforms. It follows a similar $500 million loan approved in August 2024 for the first phase of the program. African Development Bank said the second phase, covering fiscal year 2024 and 2025, is designed to stimulate inclusive growth by accelerating structural reforms in the energy sector while supporting progressive reforms to fiscal policy to boost non-oil revenues and expand fiscal space. According to the bank, the program focuses on 3 areas: strengthening public financial management and improving spending transparency, advancing reforms in the power sector to reduce energy poverty and attract private investment, and supporting Nigeria's energy transitions plan through climate adaptation and mitigation measures, including new energy efficiency standards for electrical appliances. The plan will also guide Nigeria's update of its nationally determined contribution for the 2026 to 2030 period. Direct beneficiaries include the Ministries of Power, Finance and Environment, the Federal Inland Revenue Service, the Office of the Auditor General, the Debt Management Office, the National Climate Change Council, and the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission. Abdul Kamara, African Development Bank's Director General in Nigeria, said the new phase will reinforce and build on the achievements of the first phase. You're watching the Business News Hour. We'll take a short break and return with more stories. Stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. But AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back. You're still watching the Business News Hour right here on the Business Day television. Moving on, Nigerians' broad money supply rose to 119.04 trillion naira in October 2025 from 117.78 trillion naira in September, according to a new data published by the Central Bank of Nigeria. The increase amounted to 1.25 trillion naira, equivalent to 1.06%, reversing the slowdown recorded a month earlier. Year-on-year broad money supply expanded by 11.04 trillion naira from 107.99 trillion naira in October 2024, reflecting a continued build-up of liquidity in the financial systems despite a tight monetary environment. The rise in October followed the Monetary Policy Committee's decision in September 2025 to cut the monetary policy rate by 50 basis points to 27%, the first rate reduction since 2020. The cut came as inflation began to moderate and foreign exchange conditions improved. A significant driver of the increase was a jump in net domestic assets, and the year rose to 84.23 trillion naira in October from 76.12 trillion naira in September, a difference of 8.11 trillion naira percent within 1 month. The rise reflects a surge in domestic credit conditions, highlighting higher government borrowing and increased banking system claims on the private sector. The October figures shows that major push to liquidity came from the domestic side of the economy rather than from foreign inflows, with NVA rising sharply at a time when foreign assets were weakening. Now, away from that story, the Oyo State government is set to restore the glory of cocoa production as one of the state's major economic pillars through the approval of 3 billion naira for the establishment of cocoa rejuvenation projects. This was conveyed in the statement on Wednesday signed by the Commissioner for Information, Dotun Oyelade, made available according to reports in Ibadan, the Oyo State capital. The project, which would be driven through a public-private partnership, according to the Commissioner, will be coordinated by the Oyo State Agribusiness Development Agency and the International Institute of Tropical Agriculture. Oyelade stated that the state government is pursuing the initiative because Oyo State ranks 4th among Nigeria's 18 cocoa-producing states. He added that the government is positioning it strategically to capitalize on the supply disruptions currently affecting major producers such as Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire. In other news, Nigeria on Wednesday unveiled a sweeping package of agricultural reforms, including a 50 billion naira presidential catalytic seed fund, the launch of the Seeds for Renew Hope program, and the rollout of a new national seed system strategy marked as a turning point for the country's food security and agribusiness landscape. The announcements were made at the 8th edition of the Seed Connect Africa Conference and Exhibition in Abuja, an event that also marked the 50th anniversary of Nigerians' organized seed industry. Presenting his address, Vice President Kashim Shettima, represented by Kingsley Uzoma, the VP Senior Special Advisor on Food Security, declared the conference opened and described the seed sector as the first technology required to drive agricultural transformation. He said the new initiative would strengthen the seed value chain end-to-end, expand access to climate-resilient varieties, support seed companies with financing, and reforms last-mile delivery to farmers. Shettima said the program aims to boost Nigerians' annual seed requirement for major staple crops by 10% between 2025 and 2027, cutting import dependence on improving food sovereignty. Now, to end the business news hour, Ghana's central bank cut its main interest rate by 350 basis points to 18.0% on Wednesday, citing an improved economic outlook and expectations for further declines in consumers' inflation. Economists forecast a 250 basis point cut after a record 30-50 basis point reduction to 21.5% at the previous Monetary Policy Committee meeting in September. The bank has now lowered its main interest rate by a cumulative 1,000 basis points in 2025, following cuts of 300 basis points in July and 350 basis points in September. Policymakers say the aggressive easing was economic recovery and expansion while safeguarding price stability. Governor Johnson Asiamat stated that the monetary policy decision was guided by the Monetary Policy Committee assessment that overall macroeconomic conditions have shown notable improvement supported by the expected significant decline in inflation. And this is much we can take on the Business News Hour this morning. Thank you for staying with us. I am Glory Brown. Keep watching Business Day Television.
say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Imagine working hard for a whole year, then one error in the grading system shatters your dreams. May 14th, JAMB admits errors. August 8th, WAEC confesses discrepancies. Two of Nigeria's biggest exam bodies caught in breaches of trust. That's the reality. And no, it isn't just a glitch. It is the rewriting of millions of destinies. It is young Nigerians robbed of certainty, parents questioning everything. Experts are calling for reforms, private sector involvement, and transparency. But the question is, will anyone listen? What happens if they don't? And if exam results can't be trusted? Then what else in Nigeria's education system is broken? You won't hear this depth anywhere else. Only on Business Day Premium. Want to know how Nigeria can fix education? Want the full story on the children left out of school? Then subscribe today to enjoy our current series on education and other sectors. Don't stay in the dark. Stay in the loop.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Good morning and welcome to Economy and Market on Business Day TV, where we give you a comprehensive insight into the economy as well as happenings in the market. We're starting off with some of the business news making the rounds. We're starting off with the CBN holding monetary policy rate at 27%. The benchmark interest rates held at 27%, while the CRR remained unchanged at 45%. The Central Bank of Nigeria, through its Monetary Policy Committee, surprised markets by holding its benchmark interest rate at 27%, maintaining its tight monetary stance to keep inflation on a downward path. The decision announced by the CBN Governor Olayemi Cardoso at the end of the two-day MPC meeting in Abuja, came despite expectations of a rate cut. A Business Day poll of 15 economists had projected a 100 basis point reduction following October's inflation slowdown to 16.05%. The NPC also adjusted the policy corridor to plus 50 and minus 450 basis points, a shift from the plus 250 minus 250 adopted in September 2025. Other key tools were left unchanged, including the cash reserve ratio at 45% for deposit money banks, 16% for merchant banks, and a 30% liquidity ratio. Tuesday's decisions follow September's reduction of the MPR to 27% from 27.5%. This is extending a 5-year trend that began in 2020 during the COVID-19 economic support measures. Then we move on to Nigeria's petrol import from Malta has dropped by 60% following the establishment of Dangote refinery. Nigeria's imports of refined petroleum products from Malta have plunged by 60% in 2024, marking a major shift in the country's fuel supply dynamics as the Dangote refinery has ramped up production. Trade map data shows that imports dropped to about $818 million this year, down from more than $2.1 billion in 2023, when Malta suddenly became Nigeria's top routing point for petroleum shipment. Industry reports had linked the 2023 spike to blending activities and unusual shipping patterns But with the 650,000 barrel per day Dangote refinery now producing diesel, jet fuel, and petrol, analysts say Nigeria is finally replacing imported fuel with domestic output. By early 2025, petrol import bills had already fallen by more than half, with shipping data showing a broader decline in clean product imports. Experts warn, however, that supply risks remain whenever the refinery undergoes maintenance. Meanwhile, Nigeria's crude oil loadings dipped to a 6-month low in October. Then we'll move on to the news of VFD Group's extending its 50.6 billion naira rights issue to December 26. VFD Group has secured approval from Securities and Exchange Commission (SEC) to extend its ongoing 50.7 billion naira rights issue until December 26, 2025. The extension follows a surge in interest from shareholders seeking more time to exercise their rights. This is according to a statement from the company. VFD Group says participation has continued to accelerate across retail investors, institutional shareholders, and members of the diaspora, prompting the need for a longer subscription window. Under the offer, eligible shareholders can subscribe to 2 new ordinary shares for every 3 that they hold at a price of 10 naira per share. The company encouraged shareholders who have not subscribed to take advantage of the additional time, noting that the program is central to strengthening its capital base and supporting long-term growth plan. VFD Group added that the SEC approval reflects sustained investor confidence in its performance trajectory and strategic direction. Then Dangote Refinery is tapping Honeywell International for a $1.4 million barrel per day expansion. The Dangote Group has entered a new strategic partnership with Honeywell International to drive the next phase of expansion at the Dangote Petroleum Refinery. The collaboration will deploy advanced technologies that will help boost the refinery's processing capacity to 1.4 million barrels per day by 2028, marking a major step towards building the world's largest refining complex. Under the arrangement, Honeywell will supply specialized catalyst equipment and process technologies to enable the refinery process a wider range of crude grades while improving product quality and operational reliability. Honeywell's UOP division, already a partner since 2017, will continue providing proprietary refining systems and high-performance equipment. The partnership also extends to Dangote's petrochemical ambitions, including plans to scale polypropylene output to 2.4 million metric tons annually using Honeywell's Oliflex technology. The group says it is also extending its fertilizer capacity, targeting a 9 million metric tons of urea annually to meet growing regional demand. After the break, we'll move on to a discussion around the MPC's decision to hold rate at 27%. Stay with us. Welcome back to Economy and Market. We're moving on to the conversation around the Monetary Policy Committee's decision to hold rate at 27%. This is despite inflation being at 16.05%. All of the other tools remain unchanged. The credit reserve ratio, the cash reserve ratio is at 45%, unchanged. However, there has been a change in the standing deposit facility. We saw the policy corridor extend. We saw it shift to a +40 minus 450 from +250 minus 250. Basically, what that means is that banks would no longer be incentivized to lend from the CBN as much as they would like to. On the show this morning, to give us more insight into some of what we have here, we have Favor Kenneth, who is a research analyst with Meristem Securities. Good morning, Favor.
Good morning, David.
Yeah, it's very nice to have you on the show. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, so the question I want to start with is the decision by the CBN to hold rate at 27%. How would you summarize the rationale behind it? Because it was expected, or across board, a lot of people expected that the CBN was going to cut rates, after considering the fact that we've been seeing decelerated levels of inflation for most of this year. What's your thought on it?
Well, yeah, just like you mentioned, We expected a cut from the monetary policy in their last meeting. However, we were surprised. So we expected a cut because of there have been several improvements in the macroeconomic environment. Like you mentioned, the disinflation we've been witnessing for several months now. It has been steady, price pressures has been quite reducing, and then we've seen growth in the economy, we've seen stability in the FX environment, we've also seen a little bit of appreciation in the Naira. So all of this kind of solidified our projection for a cut from the MPC. However, at the meeting, we were met with a shocker and they held rates. Looking at the MPC's decision to hold rates, they pointed at the fact that they want to give room for the already lagging impact of the previous rate cut that has been seen in the macroeconomic environment to continue. They mentioned or they highlighted the fact that, the previous rate cuts, the effect of the previous rate cuts is now being seen in the macroeconomic environment, that's seen in inflation that has been easing for several consecutive months, and which is now at 16.05%, considering where we're coming from. So the old stance by the Monetary Policy Committee was just to kind of like give room for this improvement to continue, for the impact to continue to be seen. However, when we look at it, we also would like to note that the decision, aside from sustaining the current disinflation in the inflation trend, is also the decision to hold rate is also to like keep the domestic assets quite attractive to foreign investors, to continue to attract capital inflows and foreign portfolio inflows from foreign investors, considering the fact that our rate is still quite elevated compared to the region, the sub-Saharan Africa region, and also the broader global economy where we've been seeing several rate cuts. So we assume that this decision also is to kind of incentivize foreign inflows as well.
The last part of your response was almost a leader into what I would consider, because I was about to ask that, do you not believe that the decision to hold rates was linked to the CBN's effort at trying to ensure that our money, our debt securities still remain attractive, our bonds, our treasury bills, our treasury instruments still remain attractive to foreign investors, considering the fact that rates are down in most parts of the world and Nigeria is still in double digits? So what's your thoughts? Is that like a bigger factor? Was that like a bigger factor in your own opinion, or majorly the inflation reduction was more the factor?
I believe that the decision to hold rates kind of have a little bit more impact on our attractiveness, like the attractiveness of the domestic assets to foreign investors, because the decision to hold rates comes as a part to keep our assets, the T-bills, the bonds, and other debt securities, for them to remain attractive for foreign investors to keep participating in our market. So now when we look at the performance of our financial accounts, when we look at the capital importation, we'll see that the capital importation, particularly foreign portfolio inflows, has increased significantly when compared to like the previous period in Q1 2024. For example, like FPI increased over 150% in Q1 2025 compared to Q1 2024, and this is like a significant improvement which we can link to the elevated rates, because at 27% our rate is very, very much of quite attractive to investors, especially when we compare it to the surrounding economies that they have been having like rate cuts. When we compare it to fellow sub-Saharan African economies that have been having rate cuts, and also when we compare it to like developed economies, they've also been rate cuts. So the decision to hold rate would help support inflows, will help support foreign portfolio inflows, will help support attractiveness to our securities, and this would further support the stability in the foreign exchange market that we've been seeing. It will help sustain liquidity, and also help like accretion in the reserve that will also give the CBN more leeway to come into the market and intervene as they've been doing.
Okay, so the question I have now is around, now the NPR is high, right? It's good for the CBN to keep our domestic assets quite attractive to foreign portfolio investors. But isn't credit still too expensive for meaningful growth? Is the credit rate not still too, is it not still too high for us to be able to have like meaningful growth in the economy?
Meaningful growth. So yeah, you're correct that the rate is still high, it's still elevated, and what this means is that borrowing cost for businesses is still quite elevated. However, while the decision to hold rate might sustain the high borrowing cost environment for the real sector, the other decision to adjust the asymmetric corridor comes as quite an expansionary stance, in the sense that banks would now want to give out more credits. There will be much or increased credit availability for the real sector, especially seeing that the incentive to keep deposits with to keep deposit or borrow with the CBN is kind of like reduced. So we might see like increased credit availability, even though rates are still quite elevated, and this is positive. This is a good thing, as business would have more access to credit, and it will also promote like expansionary activities in the real sector. Looking at the growth environment for the economy currently, growth has been strong. We've seen this in the consistent expansionary PMI readings. Like for the most part of the year, we've had like consistent PMI readings at over 50, which connotes expansion in the economy. So this is pointed to the fact that the environment in the domestic economy is quite strong when it comes to growth. And then looking at our GDP figures, we posted like a 4.2% GDP growth in the last quarter in Q2 2025, and this is like the strongest quarter-on-quarter growth for a while now. This all points to the fact that even the fact that rate has been high, there's still expansion in the economy. So now the fact that we now have like a possibility of increased credit in the system, this would, even though the impact would be moderate, it would have a little bit of positive impact, and it will support growth. So we still expect, like, we're still quite bullish when it comes to growth, regardless of the elevated rates.
Okay. Thank you for that response. So what conditions do you think that we should look out for when it comes to, I'm talking of inflation trends, what conditions should we look out for? FX stability, say banking sector liquidity. What are some of the conditions that we could look out to that you think would prompt the CBN to start cutting the MPR? Because a lot of people in the real sector have the opinion that, so I would pay homage to some of the things I've heard, that the commercial papers have become a much more cheaper source of financing. Talking about debt securities have become a much more cheaper source of financing, because banks and the regular financing have become almost prohibitively too high. And all of this is linked to the fact that MPR is at where it's at. So what are the trends that you think that if we look out for, you think that, okay, when we get to this level, the CBN can probably start to reason cutting rates? What are some of these figures? Some people, but sorry, meet me. Some people say when the inflation gets to 15%, that okay, that's when the CBN will be incentivized to cut rates. Do you think so?
Okay, well, I quite agree with that. Seeing that the government has a target of 15% for inflation, we currently at 16.05. For us to get to 15% or even below, this might strengthen a rate cut decision from the MPC. But to take this further, I would like to look at the monthly inflation movements, like monthly price movements. So while we've been seeing like consistent disinflationary trend in headline inflation in an annual basis, there's still a little bit of sticky cost pressures when it comes to month on month. We've seen in the last inflation figures, headline inflation for the first time increased. We saw that core inflation held steady after like several declines, and then it was just the food components of the inflation that we are now recording deflation. So I feel like the monthly inflation data is also something the CBN monitors to kind of like support their decision. So when we begin to see consistent disinflationary trend of month to month, like price change, price movement in the near term, especially headline inflation, when we see like a consistent or strong disinflationary trend in the monthly inflation, this will kind of like affirm the fact that okay, the price pressures has been a little bit contained. It will strengthen their decision to cut rates. Also, when we look at the FX environment, yes, we've been seeing stability in the FX environment. The volatility in the exchange rates reduced significantly in 2025, like from about 4.8% in 2024, where we saw like the movement in exchange rates was very, very volatile. It has reduced significantly to 0.5% throughout 2025. So this is like an improvement. However, to take it a step further, I feel like further appreciation rather in the Naira will strengthen a rate cut decision from the CBN, saying that it will solidify their belief that okay, maybe the risks towards exchange rate volatility has been a little bit contained. So this is what I think would kind of like support a rate cut decision from the MPC.
Thank you so much, Favor. Thank you for that response. You talked about the fact that you spoke about probably a strengthening of the Naira. Then when we see like a consistent disinflationary trend month on month, then we'll probably begin to see we begin to see the CBN tread in that direction of cutting rates. One question I have is, I want to go back to our initial question and your initial response, where you spoke about the attractiveness of Nigerian assets to the foreign portfolio investors and how the holding rate is key to having Nigerian assets remain attractive for foreign investors. One question I've always had is, are we not digging into a rabbit hole in a way? We are taking, for example, the CBN is issuing 5-year bonds, 7-year bonds at 17%, 15%, 16%. In previous years at 18%, 19%. Is that not quite too high, considering the fact that this government will not always be in power forever? Is there something that Nigeria is backing on, that we are banking on, and we're saying, okay, we can always consistently pay up to 20% of the interest of this particular amount for this consistent number of years? What do you think? Is it not a bit too much? Should we not have our interest rate down to, let's say, single digits in order to make borrowing at least sustainable for the Nigerian economy?
Okay, so yeah, thank you for that. So when it comes to rates in the debt market, in the fixed income market, rates are quite sticky downwards, and I think we're on the path to getting that lower rates for when it comes to the government. And when we question the ability of the government to pay back, I I want to believe that there are structures that are being set. A lot of like reforms are going on rather, to kind of like improve the revenue generating ability of the government, so as to be able to like reduce the deficit. And of course, we're going to see a rate cut soon, even though not now, but we're going to see a rate cut, even though like not in the last meeting, we're going to see a rate cut soon. So the rate environment, particularly on bonds and the rest, would still trend lower. But for now, we question the ability of the government to pay back debt. I believe that there is structure. There are structures. For example, the tax reform, which could increase tax revenue and thereby increase general federal revenue. That's one way where the government would be able to make more money to be able to meet like its debt obligation, right? And then more and more structures are being put in place to be able to repay their obligations. So despite the rates still being elevated, I believe rates are trending lower, they'll still go lower, and there are structures that would support government's revenue generating abilities, and they'll be able to kind of like pay back.
Okay, now one last question I have is around how does this rate affect household and businesses? Who does it benefit? Who will bear the hike? Who will bear the cost of rates being this high? Basically, how does it affect down to the common man, the fact that the government has held rate? Because we are talking about holding rates. For people on the street, they probably don't understand the rationale, or they don't even understand what it portends, or they don't understand what we are talking about. The people who work in banking and finance are the ones who probably understand. But how does it affect households and businesses, considering the fact that we're heading into December, where there's a lot of spending? That's the month where a lot of spending happens in a year.
Okay, so when it comes to the elevated interest rates, when it comes to who it affects the most, we'll be looking at the businesses who borrow loans to fund their business operations. So when they borrow from banks, when they borrow from the markets, maybe the debt market in terms of commercial paper, they are borrowing at a high rate. 27% is quite high. So this increases their cost of credit. So when their cost of credit is increased, is like high, their operational cost, their operating expenses is also high. And what this means is that business would try to like adjust prices to maybe quite cover a little bit of their cost to be able to make more, and then be able to cover their costs, or the costs that is arising from this elevated interest rates. So when they raise prices, it comes down to the common man, to the final consumers. You are buying at high prices as well. So now, most times, businesses are not able to, both with inflation and with high interest rates, they are not able to adjust their prices as much as they can. And this also affects the business. It's not like they benefit. In this case, you will now be seeing shrinking margins. They don't make as much profit as they do. And then for households, they are now buying things at higher prices, and they tend to like, their disposable income tend to like decrease rather. So this is how it affects the businesses and the households. It's not like there's anybody benefiting significantly from the elevated interest rate environment.
Okay, thank you so much, Favor Kenneth. It's been a pleasure talking to you here on Business Day TV.
Thank you so much.
We've learned a lot from you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. After the break, we return back with market updates from yesterday from the NGX. Stay with us. Welcome back to Economy and Market. It was quite a flat trading day yesterday, as we saw the market advance by 0.1%. On the NGX, we saw the Ocean Index hit 143,763. After 4 consecutive days of losses, we saw a break from that bearish pattern, and 148 points gained. Year to date, we're now up to 39.68%, and in terms of traded volume, 556.153 million shares traded. In terms of value, 18.7 billion shares traded, with our market cap now at $19.4 trillion. naira. Now let's look at the top gainers we have from yesterday. NCR continues now at 45 naira 20 kobo after gaining 9.98%. Ikeja Hotel, that's the owners of Sheraton Hotel Ikeja, up by 9.86% to a share price of 22 naira 85 kobo. Prestige Assurance 9.56% gain to up to 1 naira 49 kobo. Unicel Interlinked up by 9.49% to close at 86 naira 50 kobo, and Sterling Holdco, the banking group, is up by 8.96% to close at a share price of 7 naira 30 kobo. Union Deconsult was our top loser of the day as it went down by the full 10% to close at a share price of 6 naira 30 kobo. Cavatin Offshore Support down by a full 10% to close at a share price of 4 naira 95 kobo. Suno Assurances down by 4.78% to hit a share price of 4 naira 38 kobo, and Lasaco Assurance down 4.58% to close at a share price of 2 naira 50 kobo. AXA Mansard was the last of the top 5 losers of the day, 4.23% to close at a share price of 12 naira 45 kobo. In terms of trading volume, all the top traded stocks in terms of volume were all banking stocks, starting from First Holdco that saw a trading volume of 93.7 million shares in deals worth over 2.9 billion naira. Access Holdings 81.764 million shares in deals worth over 1.689 billion naira. Fidelity Bank follows 41.793 million shares in deals worth around 796 million naira. FCMB 38 million shares in deals worth over 386 million naira, and UBA 31.951 million shares in deals worth over 1.15 billion. From the Nigerian market, we'll move to the global market. It was a bullish day across the US. Dow Jones Industrial Average up by 1.43% to hit 47,000 points. S&P Index also, S&P 500 up by 0.91% to hit 6,765.88 points. Nasdaq Composite up by 0.67% to hit 23,000. In Asia, we saw the Nikkei 225 up by 7 basis points to close at 48,659.52 points. Kospi Index up by 30 basis points. Then Hang Seng Index of Hong Kong up by 69 basis points. It was a bullish day across the global market. In the UK, the FTSE 100 that's the benchmark index of the London Stock Exchange up by 79 basis points. The FTSE 100 is slowly grinding towards the 10,000 mark after hitting the 9,000 mark sometime in May. CAC 40 up by 83 basis points, closed over the 8,000 mark. Then DAX index up by 97 basis points to close at 23,464.63 points. And on the currency side, the Naira has stabilized against the US dollar around the 1,400 mark. Now we closed yesterday at 1,449. Against the Euro 1,678, and the British pounds 1,908 naira to the British pounds. And that's all we can take on economy and market for this morning. Thank you for staying with us. Have a lovely morning.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Imagine working hard for a whole year, then one error in the grading system shatters your dreams. May 14th, JAMB admits errors. August 8th, WAEC confesses discrepancies. Two of Nigeria's biggest exam bodies caught in breaches of trust. That's the reality. And no, it isn't just a glitch. It is the rewriting of millions of destinies. It is young Nigerians robbed of certainty, parents questioning everything. Experts are calling for reforms, private sector involvement, and transparency. But the question is, will anyone listen? What happens if they don't? And if exam results can't be trusted? Then what else in Nigeria's education system is broken? You won't hear this debt anywhere else. Only on Business Day Premium. Want to know how Nigeria can fix education? Want the full story on the children left out of school? Then subscribe today to enjoy our current series on education and other sectors. Don't stay in the dark. Stay in the loop.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? for premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Business Day television news at noon. I am Amanda Imosipui. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Now, the headlines. AFDB approves $500 million loan for Nigeria's energy transition governance reforms. Credits to private sector jumps 1.89 trillion naira after September rate cuts. Naira stability drives five-fold jump in Julius Berger's FX gains. ECOWAS, AU condemn military takeover in Guinea-Bissau. Arne Slot insists he has Liverpool's owners' backing amid crisis. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the African Development Bank Group has approved a $500 million loan to Nigeria to fund the second phase of its economic governance and energy transition support program. The lender announced on Wednesday that the facility will support Nigeria's push to modernize its electricity infrastructure, expand access to cleaner energy, and deepen fiscal and governance reforms. According to reports, this follows a similar $500 million loan approved in August 2024 for the first phase of the program. AFDB says the second phase, covering fiscal years 2024 and 2025, is designed to stimulate inclusive growth by accelerating structural reforms in the energy sector while supporting progressive reforms of fiscal policy to boost non-oil revenues and expand fiscal space. According to the bank, the program focuses on three areas, including strengthening public financial management and improving spending transparency, advancing reforms in the power sector to reduce energy poverty, and supporting Nigeria's energy transition plan through climate adaptation and mitigation measures. Moving on, credit to the private sector rose sharply in October 2025, climbing to 74.41 trillion naira from 72.53 trillion naira in September. The increase of about 1.88 trillion naira reportedly represents a month-on-month growth of 2.6%, the strongest positive movement so far in 2025. This jump came immediately after the Monetary Policy Committee cut the monetary policy rate by 50 basis points to 27% at its September 2025 meeting, the first policy rate reduction since 2020 as inflation began to ease and foreign exchange conditions improved. At its November 2025 meeting, the MPC held the MPR at 27% while tweaking the corridor around the rate to discourage banks from simply parking liquidity, with the CBN signaling a cautious approach to managing system liquidity and inflation. According to reports, the modest annual gains show that while the stock of private credit is broadly back to where it was a year earlier, the real story is the short-term rebound that followed the September rate cuts. Still on, Julius Berger Nigerian PLC is reaping the gains of Naira stability as its net foreign exchange gains increased more than fivefold for the 9 months ended September 30, 2025, boosting the company's profits. The construction group's net foreign exchange gains surged to 39.29 billion naira compared with 5.69 billion naira in the same period of 2024, an increase of more than 576%. This jump was linked to the naira's volatility, which produced revaluation gains for the company's foreign currency holdings and receivables. Revenue also strengthened, rising 34% to 540.82 billion naira from 405 billion naira, reflecting the accelerated execution of civil and building projects in Nigeria, as well as a strong expansion in offshore operations. The report showed that revenue from Europe nearly doubled to 41.91 billion naira from 24.79 billion naira in the same period last year, while Africa's revenue rose to 498 billion naira. Also, the BusinessDay Media Young Innovators Forum's debut outing took place at the Radisson Blu Anchorage Hotel on Victoria Island, Lagos, yesterday, Wednesday, 26 November 2025. Speakers from across sectors converge under the theme From Hustle to Enterprise, calling on Nigeria's youth to move beyond informal side gigs and build structured, value-driven businesses. According to panelists, including seasoned entrepreneurs and brand strategists, the path to sustainable enterprise begins with identifying a real problem to solve, not chasing quick profits. The experts urge young founders to prioritize credibility, governance, and consistent value creations and authentic branding as foundations for growth. The stakeholders, however, encourage attendees to start somewhere, even if conditions aren't perfect, stressing that consistency, collaboration, and a clear vision could transform today's youthful hustle into tomorrow's thriving enterprises.
Today was amazing. I think it was just great to get advice from different members of the panel that I shared with, but as well speak to the young innovators themselves on what it is they're interested in. A lot of people said, how do we make money? How do we get money? You know, a lot of people said, you know, how do we structure? How do we make things a reality? So it's great to hear feedback on what they needed and also advice on how they could get that.
To the innovators, I also have a platform called Andulate Africa. It's an intimate gathering of creatives, people in the creative space. We have conversations on their experiences, on their challenges, and how we can move forward, basically. So, and much more than that, I also, I don't just speak, I also ask people to reach out to me, and I give you like advice and all of that. And for talent, I take on some people, I consult for them, I mean, at times for free, you know. So, because I know that not everybody has the financial capability at the moment to move forward. To aid their businesses. So some people just need you to hold their hands and put them in the right room. So I think that personally I'm doing some of that, and the opportunities also that I think that young innovators can be a part of. Yeah, absolutely, I do that. So for me, it's much more than speaking; it's action.
I think a plethora of things, but I just touch on three. So I think the first is to create an enabling environment, you know, for young innovators and entrepreneurs to thrive. So another thing we're doing is, you know, to see how to transform existing youth centers, to innovation hubs and entrepreneurship labs. In time past, they just used to be facilities for sporting events, for social events. But then, in trying to catch up with the global drive for entrepreneurship and all of that, the Honorable Commissioner and his team have decided to morph those facilities into equipped.
Away from that, the Federal Capital Territory Administration has unveiled new security measures across Abuja to dismantle criminal networks and address increasing cases of crimes involving dispatch drivers. These measures followed a meeting of the FCT Security Council chaired by Minister Nyesom Wike. FCT Commissioner of Police Mila Dantawaye, who briefed newsmen after the meeting in Abuja, revealed that the administration has fully activated the revamped Operation Sweep, a multi-agency security task force created to address security challenges in the nation's capital. Dantawaye explained that the operation has been reorganized, into 4 sectors covering Gwagwalada, Bwari, and 2 city center corridors stretching from Berga and Wuse to Karu, Mararaba, Kashi, and Uruzu. In his words, the minister has provided logistics to support joint deployment of personnel from the police, military, DSS, NSCDC, FRSC, immigration, correctional service, and other security agencies in the FCT. The commissioner added that the renewed phase of Operation Sweep is aimed at preventing kidnappings and attacks on schools and worship centers reported in some parts of the country. To end the local news, RedPay has been officially launched in Lagos by Red Tech, attracting industry leaders from finance, telecoms, retail, and the public sector, reaffirming Red Tech's ambition to position itself as a key player in Africa's financial innovation landscape. Speaking at the unveiling, Managing Director and Chief Executive Red Tech, Emmanuel Ojo, and other key speakers from Heirs Holdings Limited informed that the platform was developed to address critical financial payment options challenges faced by African enterprises, so as to experience seamless, secure, and innovative payment solutions crafted specifically to fuel businesses' growth. The new platform features intelligent infrastructure for the future of finance, e-commerce payment gateway, bulk SMS and airtime services, point-of-sale terminals, e-invoicing solutions, payment cards, loans, as well as disbursement services. According to the company, these capabilities will enable organizations to speed up decision-making, reduce operational costs, and improve customer experience.
The world has gone global. Essentially, what we're trying to do is to look at what is the experience outside of Nigeria and the foreign community versus the local community in the African continent. Hardly do you have failure experience when you're doing payments, particularly merchant kind of payments. So what we've done is to be able to aggregate a lot of card routing behind the payment app such that it guarantees high success rate. It's very important in terms of customer experience to ensure that when you make your attempt, it's a successful attempt. It's sometimes a lot of time it's played down, but that's what we decided to concentrate on.
RedPay is redefining the entire payment ecosystem in Nigeria and Africa. That's our goal. Okay, the way how the payments are made and how the payments get paid to the merchants. So that's the innovation we are bringing in.
With RedPay enables these people to transact easily. So if you're running a business, you don't have the headache anymore of payment, which is the core of any business anyway. RedPay is enabling millions and millions of people do business without headache.
We're going on a quick break now, and we'll bring you the foreign news in detail.
Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We move to sports as Annie Slot says he remains confident of keeping his job despite Liverpool's alarming slump and Wednesday's humiliating 4-1 home defeat to PSV Eindhoven in the Champions League. Liverpool's season plunged deeper into crisis as PSV defeated them at Anfield. Ivan Perishtik's early penalty set the tone, while Dominic Soboslai briefly levelled with second-half goals from Kiyoshi Till and Kuhai Driwesh, brace condemning the Reds to a 9th defeat in their last 12 matches across all competitions. The Reds now sit 12th in the Premier League table and have suffered their first Champions League home defeat in the opening phase in 5 years, leaving qualification for the last 16 far from certain. To end the news, Kylian Mbappe delivered a sensational 4-goal performance as Real Madrid beat Olympiacos 4-3 on Wednesday in their UEFA Champions League group stage match. Olympiacos struck first when Shinkayu fired home from 20 yards after a slick move, but Mbappe quickly took control of the ninth and the Champions League scoring charts. The French captain equalized in the 22nd minute, racing into a brilliant Vinicius Junior pass and finishing through goalkeeper Costa Zulake's leg. 2 minutes later, he headed home from an Arda Güler cross to put Madrid ahead. Mbappe completed his hat-trick, the second fastest in Champions League history, by staring in another clinical finish after running clear, scoring his 3 goals in just 6 minutes 42 seconds. Mbappe, however, struck again for his 4th after excellent work from Vinicius on the left, extending his tournament tally to 9 goals in 5 matches, 3 ahead of Victor Osimhen. This is where we wrap it up this afternoon on Business Day Television News at noon. Stay tuned for more updates. I am Amanda Imosibue.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Imagine working hard for a whole year, then one error in the grading system shatters your dreams. May 14th, JAMB admits errors. August 8th, WAEC confesses discrepancies. Two of Nigeria's biggest exam bodies caught in breaches of trust. That's the reality. And no, it isn't just a glitch. It is the rewriting of millions of destinies. It is young Nigerians robbed of certainty, parents questioning everything. Experts are calling for reforms, private sector involvement, and transparency. But the question is, will anyone listen? What happens if they don't? And if exam results can't be trusted? Then what else in Nigeria's education system is broken? You won't hear this depth anywhere else. Only on Business Day Premium. Want to know how Nigeria can fix education? Want the full story on the children left out of school? Then subscribe today to enjoy our current series on education and other sectors. Don't stay in the dark. Stay in the loop.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? for premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, BusinessDay Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Imagine working hard for a whole year, then one error in the grading system shatters your dreams. May 14th, JAMB admits errors. August 8th, WAEC confesses discrepancies. Two of Nigeria's biggest exam bodies caught in breaches of trust. That's the reality. And no, it isn't just a glitch. It is the rewriting of millions of destinies. It is young Nigerians robbed of certainty, parents questioning everything. Experts are calling for reforms, private sector involvement, and transparency. But the question is, will anyone listen? What happens if they don't? And if exam results can't be trusted? Then what else in Nigeria's education system is broken? You won't hear this depth anywhere else. Only on Business Day Premium. Want to know how Nigeria can fix education? Want the full story on the children left out of school? Then subscribe today to enjoy our current series on education and other sectors. Don't stay in the dark. Stay in the loop.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
for many years we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
but as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come.
Hello, Barbara. Can you please say hello?
Hi, Happiness. How are you?
Okay. So I'm aware all of our speakers have slides, right? So we're gonna have 10 minutes each for the slides. Okay. I need to be sure. That look on Barbara's face. You don't have a slide?
No, I wasn't asked to make a slide. Really?
Okay.
Mm.
Okay, so I guess we'll just deal with questions for you then.
Okay.
Okay.
What's going on? Sorry. Can anyone hear me? Like everything just went quiet. So what's going on?
Yeah,
Yes.
I hear you. I'm also wondering thing. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, are we waiting for the host? Okay. Great.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, wherever you are watching us from right now. I want to especially welcome you to today's webinar on digital marketing and tools for SMEs. It's such a pleasure to see so many business owners, passionate founders, startup entrepreneurs joining us here, and other professionals as well joining us on today's webinar. In today's currency, we all know that visibility is literally the currency right now. In the digital world, it's no longer an option if you should harness the power of digital marketing or not. It's no longer a choice, rather. It's more like necessity for everyone, for us to harness the power of digital marketing. Okay, so my name is Happiness Godwin, and I am a digital strategist as well as a marketing expert with close to a decade experience of building digital solutions as well as harnessing digital tools and strategies to help power SMEs in Africa. And it is my greatest pleasure to welcome you once again to today's webinar. And we've got a whole lot in store for you today, so please ensure that if you have your writing materials, this is SME Clinic, organized by BusinessDay. And as the name goes, I like to say it's a well-doctored webinar for you. If you're a business owner, if you're an entrepreneur, professional, maybe you're even a digital marketing expert. I mean, this webinar is going to inform you, educate you on a whole lot. And we've got a digital powerhouse lineup for you. I mean, we're talking about people with experiential knowledge and practical insights into digital marketing and tools for small and medium enterprises. So please ensure that you grab a pen or a notebook as you'll be learning a lot on today's webinar. So once again, I'd like to welcome you specially. And this is SME Clinic, like I said, once again. So if your business is having a bit of a faint heartbeat, or you just need a bit of a juggle start at the heart of your digital marketing, we've got doctors lined up, speakers that would be diagnosing your business, giving you the right prescriptions. Don't worry, we're not prescribing drugs. It's literally information, inspiration, and the right education that you need for the next phase of your business. Okay, so before we dive in, I'll just like to quickly clarify some of the assumptions we have. So when most businesses or most business owners hear digital marketing, most times what comes to their mind is, oh, posting on social media, or I have to run a Facebook ad. But digital marketing is really beyond all of that, right? Social media marketing, fine, posting on social media, it's actually a very small part of digital marketing. There are over 15 aspects of digital marketing. There's social media marketing, which is the one everyone knows. There's influencer marketing, there's performance marketing, there's email marketing, there's even SMS and WhatsApp marketing. So it's the whole lot. Today, like I said, we've got lined up powerhouses. They are going to touch on this, and they would also be sharing with you the tools. Like I said earlier, we're no longer in the point of, oh, do I do digital marketing or not? No, digital marketing is compulsory for all SMEs at this point in time. Well, now the question now is that where I think most SMEs found themselves is, what works? Okay, we've tried this, it's not working. How can we adjust it? What can we do to make things better? And that's what today's webinar is going to be all about. So I'd like to head straight to introduce our lineup of digital doctors today on SME Clinic. And I'd like to start off with the amazing Felix Akinnibi. Now, Felix Akinnibi is an SEO expert. He is a results-driven SEO specialist with over 6 years of experience helping startups and global brands achieve measurable online growth. His expertise spans technical SEO, content strategy, keyword research, and link building, driving higher rankings and conversations across industries like fintech, health, fashion, insurance, amongst the others. Now, he has completed 100 plus SEO audits and authored 200 plus high-ranking content pieces, earning recognition across markets in Nigeria, the UK, the USA, Kenya, and Australia. He's also certified by SEMrush, Google, and Marketing Syrup Academy, as Felix is known for aligning SEO with business goals to deliver strategies that not only rank, but convert. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's give him a warm welcome, Felix Akinnibi. Hello, Felix.
Yeah, thanks very much for the introduction. I think you've summarized it like very succinctly. Can you hear me? Sorry about it.
Clearly, we can hear you clearly.
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. Right about now, I would like to introduce our next speaker, and that is Ayani Ekundayo. Now, Ayani is the leading reputation management expert in Africa. He's passionate about solving problems and empowering others. Ekundayo is an entrepreneur, mentor, co-founder of the Business Plus Agency, and thought leader who shares his knowledge through writing, speaking, and training, helping people and businesses achieve their goals and also achieving lasting success. Now, he currently serves as the head of media and online reputation management for Alhaji Aliko Dangote, and also HRH Sanusi Lamido Sanusi, and many more. Well, he's a graduate of Federal University of Technology, Mina. He furthered his expertise at Harvard University and Lagos Business School, where he serves as alumni president of the Owner Manager Program, which is the OMP 34 program, and the Governing Council of Lagos Business School. Ladies and gentlemen, the amazing, fantastic Ayani Ekundayo.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Ayani. It's good to
Thank
have
you
you
for
here.
having me. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. Well, moving on, we have Isaac Odubeson. Isaac Odubeson. Okay, so Isaac Odubeson is a digital marketing strategist, technology consultant, and creative entrepreneur with over a decade of experience leading innovative campaigns across Africa, United Kingdom, and Canada. Now, he currently serves as the managing director and strategy lead at Digiphoria Media Agency. Digiphoria Media Agency is a full-service creative, digital, and product innovation agency, helping brands, governments, and institutions connect with modern African audiences through storytelling, culture, and technology. Now, Isaac has directed high-impact projects, including the Lagos Singles Festival Lagos, Cultural Mission Initiative, Yellow Cowries Financial Literacy Campaign, Naija Food Festival in Toronto, and Leeds International African Arts Festival, collectively driving over 25 million digital impressions, 200 million plus in brand value, and global partnerships across 17 embassies and ministries. Ladies and gentlemen, Isaac Odubeson, with expertise in digital strategy, product innovation, storytelling, growth marketing, and PR, he has built a reputation for designing campaigns that not only trend. He's also the founder of Bubblegum Health, a femtech company redefining women's healthcare in Africa by connecting women with licensed female doctors for reproductive, sexual wellness, as well as consultations, just basically creating a safe space for women to be cared for, to be loved, and to be nurtured. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's make welcome Isaac Odubeson. Hello, Isaac, it's good to have you.
Hi, it's good to have you. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's just great to be here. Apologies, I will turn on my video.
Okay, fantastic. Fantastic. Okay, up next we have, now I like to refer to her as a powerhouse. I like to refer to her as a woman who knows her onions. Several certifications in the bag. She is the head of digital and marketing strategy, Isle of Wight Council, with a whole load of years in digital strategy and marketing strategy. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking about the powerhouse, Barbara Okafor. Please say hello. Hello, Barbara. So good to have you here.
Hi everyone, it's good to have everyone here. It's good to be here. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Do you want me to introduce myself further? Oh, okay, that's fine.
Okay, thank you so much for coming on today. It's such a delight to moderate today's session with such powerhouses. Thank you for making that time. Okay, so without further ado, I believe we have introduced all of our speakers for today. Yes, we have Felix Akinibi, we have Ayani Ekpedayo, we have Isaac Odubeso, we have the amazing powerhouse, Barbara Okafor, and we have Michael Onyeka Ezeadichie. Now, Michael Onyeka Ezeadichie is a digital transformational leader, the digital transformation leader, digital growth expert. He's also the founder, Hillsoft Digital and Hillsoft EdTech. Now, Michael Onyeka Ezeadichie is a visionary digital transformation leader, passionate about helping businesses scale. He has built platforms that empower African entrepreneurs, SMEs, and professionals through innovative marketing, education, and technology-driven business transformation. Now, with over a decade of experience spanning finance, e-commerce, education, and government, Michael has led impactful projects for Google Nigeria, GIZ, and the Edo State government. His expertise in digital growth, combining marketing strategy, automation, and analytics, has helped organizations achieve measurable success and scalability. Now, he has trained more than 10,000 professionals across Africa and continues to champion digital innovation, transformation, as well as youth empowerment across the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the awesome Michael Onyeka Ezeadichie. Hello, Michael. It's good to have you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. So a quick one. I'd like us to quickly move further into our discussion for today. We're talking about digital marketing and tools for SMEs. Now, like I said at the beginning of the webinar, we are no longer at that point where we have to say if digital marketing is a question or a choice, right? It is more of a necessity. Now, the question is, for most business owners, for most founders, most startup entrepreneurs, what is working? What is effective? How many tools do I have to use? How can I re-strategize? What's the correct roadmap to use in digital marketing? What's the correct framework that I can use for my business? Either I have a B2B approach or a B2C approach. And we've got so many professionals connected right here, business owners that are looking out to hear some of these answers from our powerhouses. Once again, I want to thank you for joining us. So I would like to kickstart with Ayani, right? I like to kickstart with Ayani. So now, how much, we're talking about digital marketing, right? Now, for you to have a place for digital marketing, it literally means that you see it as not just a choice anymore, you see it as a necessity. Now, I'll just like you to give us a brief run through. How important, okay, we can't even say how important, but how important is understanding the right framework for digital marketing. How important is understanding the right framework for digital marketing?
Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much, Happiness. Also, I will also crave that along the line. Maybe I see other faces of the speakers, so that they will be encouraging me. Just the same way Happiness is encouraging me now. Thank you, Felix. We'll come and learn it you soon. And thank you, Barbara. Okay, so just to say how important. So I'll cast my mind back to how the business terrain has changed over the years. I'll tell you something straightforward. Some may look a bit here and there. I started my journey in 2007 thereabouts. Then they used to call it internet marketing and all of that. There were not so much of social media accounts that we do now, like real-time interactive platforms. Then set up a hub, tried a couple of things. Then we still used to run cyber cafes. And over the years, I've seen the trajectory of engagement change, which would mean that in 2010, I started out by playing out social media with a church. Which means that was when I went into the religious space. That was Daystar. I started Daystar Social Media. That's a church, Daystar Content Center. And I ran that thing for 7 years, and I saw numbers grow. I saw all the manipulations that can happen behind the scene in terms of how social media journey used to change. So that's for religious space. We did that for Itwai Gudalo. We did for Present Day House, a couple of churches all around the city then. And then we then started working with businesses, which were even some were small, some were big. I remember David Wedge was just having one center, and then we got on likes of Kamudi, Konga, and all of that. And using all the channels, we had then we built the biggest email marketing platform, which we finally sold to a university in the UK. But the whole process had gradually just grown. Smaller businesses, people that were inside their rooms, to people who then became very empowered and very rich, and who could make all kind of connections globally. Now there's a quick shift to the AI conversation. This morning, my people were in session, and now we're delivering a particular training for a bank, and they want us to train about 1,000 of their people. And what that also means is that some part of their processes are going to go off the table. So there is a big change that is happening in the process, in the models, in the engagement space there. And you need to know the tools that you need to align with as a business owner. If it's 10 years ago, that you do email marketing. Now things have changed drastically. I was not really interested in becoming an influencer, although I have an influencer agency. And I've seen also how influencing had changed people's behavior drastically. We handle all the influencer for Chivita, Hollandia, all of that, and a part for some other fast-moving consumer goods here and there. And I've seen the numbers change because of the level to which influencers engage in the market. Take Kiki, for example. She did a campaign for us last year where we did Hollandia stuff and all of that. And just by that campaign, I saw the numbers at the back and the engagements they are moving. So fast-moving consumer goods now, you'll see that they now have accounts on Konga, on Jumia, selling what they have to sell. So if you're in the product space, that will work for you. But if you're in the service space, storytelling then becomes the norm for you. You no longer just list your place, or maybe if you run an Airbnb, just listing on Airbnb and you're satisfied and you get your numbers. People will then come tell stories about the place. The best way to pick a cafe or a restaurant now is by what an influencer says about the location. And that's how businesses decision-making for the customer or the consumer has changed over the years. So you need to understand that all these things I just touched now are different manipulations that have happened over the years, and the technology that will be changing over the next 5 to 10 years will be more than what you've ever experienced in the past 300 years. As we speak now, we're hiring and we're also cutting down on numbers. So we're hiring some kind of talent and we're cutting down on some kind of talent. Our team has grown very large, over 100 people on the team across different 7 countries. I'm beginning to ask myself, okay, do I need to keep 100 people, or maybe so we're about 170? Do I need to keep 170 people on the team, or we should just shrink up to 10 and then we're able to do the things we're doing? Example, we wanted to set up LMS, working on something. The next thing, somebody came up with something this morning, and when I saw, I was the one speaking in the LMS, and it was delivering like my voice and everything. I said, since that guy wants to hire for the LMS training, we would get the guy off, just deliver this. A guy got a PO from a multinational here. I mean, he got a contract, like, okay, written, not gotten his PO yet. And a core member just arrived there, and that week he solved the problem he was supposed to get $70,000 for. So technology tools are moving very fast. And as a digital marketer, you also need to be on your feet and move very fast. For example, we talk about SEO, which is what Felix does, right? The first thing that shows up now on your search is the AI suggested search before you find Google search. So how do you then move your business to AI selected search, voice search, video search, and all of that? Those are the new integrations that every business needs to start looking at. And there are multiple of such that we're dealing with. I do somehow in the reputation space, very deep. I handle a couple of reputation across the country. And I see a lot of AI manipulated videos that are also affecting us as compared to before, that people do something, say it's Photoshop, a photo shoot and all of those things, or maybe Photoshop, I change something. Now you can get exact voice, you can get exact imaging, maybe smoother. Very soon it will be difficult to get the smooth edges because you no longer know when the real person or the fake person is dealing. And loads of those transformations are going to happen to both small, big, and medium businesses. And your rate of acceleration of change is very essential. So for every businesses, embrace. Some don't need to be in some places. You don't need to be in some places, but you must register that name and own the name from now, because the thing that will make you blue, like for example, talk about horrible bosses when we talk about negative news. The handle that tweeted the first horrible bosses story only had about 128 followers at the time the story started. But by the time the thing went viral, you would realize that that person you think don't have up to 200 followers can change the entire landscape of every conversation you're having. So you have to take everything seriously. If a staff today start something like that in our organization, it can bring something down. It can also make you, so it can make you or mar you. So that's just a simple summary of my introduction into this conversation.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, INE. I mean, this is so fantastic. Okay, I think you spoke a bit about SEO, and we all know how very important it is to obviously optimize your online platforms, from websites to landing pages. And not just that, what's the event of content marketing, right? So optimizing content now is very much important. I mean, even with content on the social media platforms, you can still show up very much with very good SEO. So I'd like to move on to Felix Akin maybe right now, since he's the SEO specialist amongst us today, and he's going to tell us a bit. I want to hear from the data aspect. I want SMEs to understand where to show up based on data, based on your business analytics. So my question to you, Felix, is please share with us which platforms actually deliver the best return on investment when it comes to investment in digital marketing. I mean, several businesses may have tried one or two platforms, but I want you to tell us from two approaches, right? From the B2B aspect and also from the B2C aspect, from your experience, from your insight, based on showing up data-wise, which of these platforms do you think actually drives the highest ROI? Please, Felix, kindly share with us. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Happiness. So there's actually a slide I prepared, just a very brief slide. I don't know if you want me to still present that, or you want me to just like answer the question, or do you want me to walk through the slide and
okay.
Like that?
I think you could. Yeah, I think you could answer the question, then walk us through the slides. Thank you.
Okay. So let me share my screen. Please confirm you can see my screen.
We can see.
Okay, yeah, okay. So just before I enter the slide, to answer your question about tools that work for maybe B2C or B2B. So for small and medium businesses, I would say there's no particular tool that I would say, okay, this one works best for B2B or B2C. I mean, they are basic tools, they are fundamental tools, right, that you should know about, right, as a business owner when you're trying to do SEO. You know, we are doing digital marketing. From your introduction, you said there are different aspects of digital marketing. You can do social media marketing, that's part of it. You can do affiliate, you can do email marketing, you can do video, you know, things like that. You can run ads, that's part of digital marketing. But if you as a business owner, you're trying to look into the SEO side of digital marketing, there are fundamental tools, or let's see it from activity aspects, right? There are key activities you need to do, which of course will now inform the tool that you will use to achieve those activities. So I would say the tools are pretty much the same, right? But the scale at which you now use each tool will determine, you know, maybe the size of your business. So if your business is maybe just like a size of 5 to 10 employees, or you only serve like maybe a couple hundred people, then there's a scale at which you can use those tools, right? But if you're a much bigger business and enterprise, then yes, those tools will need you to maybe, of course, sign up to more of their higher tiers to be able to get more benefits. So it's still pretty much the same tools, but you know, that now depends on the scaling, all right? Yeah, so that would answer your question. So yeah.
Okay, so you can just take it to your slide.
Okay, yeah, so very briefly, Gavin. So I just wanted to come from the angle of from SEO angle towards digital marketing and helping SMEs. And in this slide, I'll be walking through like some key tools. You know, I highlighted just 5 key tools here, and like a practical, you know, like thing you can do like just in the next 1 month, right, as a business owner, you know, trying to try out SEO. So why SEO matters? I mean, SEO, of course, is a key part of digital marketing, as Eileen mentioned. But SEO matters because it's about organic search, right? If we want to compare it to ads, there's this, should I say, like age-long like battle between PPC and SEO. Like it's PPC, should you just run ads and all that? Of course, if you run ads, it works. But the thing with ads is that is when you stop, the leads stop, right? But for SEO, sure, you would spend money. SEO is not cheap. You will spend money, but it doesn't mean that it's every time you spend money that you get results. Once you spend money and you're there, you're where you should be, you're ranking on first page, you're being shown to your you know, to the people searching for you, then that position you are just keeps bringing returns, right? So it keeps bringing returns organically. That's what people now call like free traffic or organic traffic, right? So that's why SEO matters. And for small and medium businesses, you might not have that like running cost or that budget to keep, you know, putting in ads or running this. But you know, with SEO, you can make a quality or maybe a limited time, you know, like budgeting or like investment, and you can see that investment bring returns for you even like 1 year after, 2 years after, right? I mean, there was a time I was doing this arts when I was drawing and everything a few years back. So I had like my page on Google Business, right? Oh, I'm like a pencil artist. I put my pictures of things I drew and everything on that business. And do you believe that right now I'm no longer drawing? I don't have time for that. But even years after, I get messages like from my Google Business like someone wants to like, are you available for drawing or things like that, right? So it just shows that I don't even remember last time I opened my business profile or even spent money there. So that's what SEO does for you. You once you optimize like your online presence and everything, and you're where you should be, when the business comes and they find you, they will always reach out to you even without you spending. So that's one key thing why SEO matters for SMEs. And I just put a screenshot here on, for instance, if you're searching for maybe a nail tech studio in Bagada, for instance, like you always see like results. Of course, besides the AI overviews that show up, but there are some searches that AI overviews is not even like, I mean, they don't really matter for that, or they don't show first. Like for this kind of searches now, you won't see AI overviews or you say you likely see maybe Instagram pages or business owner, then you see their local pages like this. So this is where you also want to be as a business owner, having your Google business profile like sorted. I think that's like the basic, cheapest first step you should get to. When someone is, maybe for instance, it's an area they want to get, like maybe a salon or the nearest cake, maybe they want to buy cake or bakery, whatever, they can search and they can find you, right? So moving on, so just moving on straight to the tool. The first key tool is Google Search Console. It's a free tool, right? It's by Google, and this is where you could get like a direct data from Google, actually, right, about people getting to your website, the pages that are performing well, the most on your website, the top queries, right, the top keywords that are bringing people to those top pages, right? So that helps you to know that, okay, these are my best performing pages on my website. These are the keywords that people are searching for to get there. So you can know, okay, do you need to refine those keywords, right? Do you need to now own more on those pages and even build them further, because these are your top pages. So you having Search Console, it's easy to set up, just a Google search. You can know how to connect your website to Search Console. It's pretty much straightforward, right? But yeah, this is one key tool you need to have. Whether you're a small business or big business, the data here accommodates that, right? And you always see like your growth month on month. So this is a key tool for business owners in SEO. Second is Google Analytics, right? This also is a free tool from Google. Also, it helps you to measure not just organic traffic like the Search Console. This one is overall traffic. So you can know, okay, even traffic coming from your social media, from maybe a campaign you did, things like that. You can measure your overall traffic. You can also set up some conversions. Maybe on your home page, you have a submit form button, or maybe call button, or, some things you want to measure, right? You can measure how that also like converts. Okay, how many people are getting to my page? Number one, you can see that. But how many people are actually clicking this to maybe contact me or things like that? So there's a whole lot one can also do on Google Analytics. If you happen to be a business owner, you have the capacity to hire an SEO, that's fine. All these, they already have the idea on how to do it. But if not, like as I said, there's so much information everywhere now. You can also even go on YouTube and just see how analytics work and set things up yourself from there. So a third key tool, I mentioned that some tools, you first have to know the activities that you do before you know the tool that matches that. And one key activity in SEO is keyword research, right? So that's why the tools that match that, SEMrush, there's Ubersuggest, there are also other tools, but I mostly use SEMrush, right? So this just helps you to research keywords that matter to your business. As a business owner, you first, one thing I used to tell people, that if you're doing a business, right, try to sit and imagine yourself, if I don't know about my business at all, right, but I'm looking for my business, what would I search for? Like, what is the thing I would type, right? So if you're a business owner, what do you think people would type to find you, what you do? So if you can, you can articulate those phrases, or those are your keywords, your key phrases, then you can now build further keywords that relate to that. You can also pick your services. If you have like 3 key services within your business, you can also find keywords that people might search to find those services. So that will help you to and these tools, you can just put maybe a phrase in these tools, and they will generate like multiple keywords for you, keyword ideas for you to know, okay, let me now write about these keywords, or build pages that relate to this keyword, or build like an FAQ page, that answers questions to this keyword. So the fourth tool is around backlinks. This is a little bit more technical, but doing audits and getting backlinks is also a key activity in SEO, and these tools also help you for that. Ahrefs is a good one. The SEMrush also gets backlinks, and the key reason for backlinks is that you are just like getting a vote of trust or something from other websites, that, oh, this website is good in doing this, like other websites are vouching for you, because you're getting links from them that you're good in doing this, you're good in doing that, and that helps people to to rank you higher, right? Instead, I'm just trying to simplify the terms right as much as possible. So lastly, the fifth tool is around you creating content. I think this is something basic you can do yourself. There's Canva, there's ChatGPT. If you need to maybe create a blog draft, like ChatGPT can help you, create an outline on doing that. If you need to like run a campaign, you need some ideas for a creative, you can ask ChatGPT, you can get ideas on how to design that on Canva. So these are just basic tools you can start with like as a business owner on that. And yeah, to the plan. So for instance, if you're trying to look at, okay, I want to start something SEO in the next 1 month, what do you need to do? So first of all, you need to run an audit on your site. And yeah, so through these tools, I mentioned the SEM Rush, you can put in your domain there, run an audit, you see what issues you have on your site, how to solve that, right? You can do the keyword research, pick like 5 to 10 keywords that you want to own on, right? And optimize your home page so that if for instance, let me pick a business, maybe you have like a fashion business, or let me put that, maybe you make shoes and you happen to have a website, but on your own page, you don't really mention a lot about shoes in your, your H1, your headings, or your services don't really show so much. Maybe you're just writing generic words. Okay, look good to the world. Okay, be your best. That's the copies on your page. Like those are the generic words, right? You're not saying that, okay, maybe the best shoemaker in Lagos, something like that, that people will actually put it. So you need to have the right keywords featured on your page, and this will be, will be inspired by the keywords you see in keyword research. And content creation is also something you can look into. Then lastly is maybe trying to build links gather. This links is pretty much like the last thing at least, but make sure that your website can be ranked and indexed on Google. That's where the technical part is. Then having the right keywords and building content that match those keywords. Those are the key things. So just trying to rush here. I think those are the just running down the key things that business owners should be able to know when they're incorporating SEO into their business. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Felix Akinebi. I mean, that was really touchdown. I mean, definitely bread and butter for you. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. So right now, I'd like to welcome those of our guests who are just joining in. Are you a business owner, a founder, a startup entrepreneur? Welcome to the SMA Clinic. And today we are discussing on digital marketing and tools for SMEs. And right now we just finished a session featuring SEO specialist Felix Akinebi. So if you have questions you'd like us to touch on, I doubt if we'll have enough time, but we'll surely touch on some questions. So please kindly drop your questions in the chat box so we can take on some questions. Thank you so much for sharing, Felix. Now I'd like to move straight ahead to Barbara. Do we still have Barbara on here? So Barbara has long spanning years in digital operations, and she's head of digital marketing and strategy at the Isle of Wight Council, right? So I'd just like her to touch on one of the major things that happens is most SMEs just do not know where they are at. You've got to know where you're at to know where you're headed, even in marketing, even in digital marketing. It's very important. There are different stages. There's the visibility stage where you're just you're trying to make people know your brand. You're trying to make people aware of your brand. So I'd like to have Barbara touch on, from your experience, what's the roadmap? From your experience, what are the roadmaps you have utilized, to help SMEs move from, oh, this is where I'm at, and this is where I want to be when it comes to execution? Please share with us. Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Did you get my question?
I did. Can you hear me?
Yes, clearly. We can hear you clearly.
Okay, so for visibility is very important for marketing and just content in general. And we need to think of visibility from 2 points of view. So when people are marketing, generally they think about selling their product. And the first thing you should be thinking about when you think about marketing and advertising and just getting your name out there is that with visibility, it's not just about marketing, it's about building your community and getting people to know you and understand who you are, and just setting those things traditionally as well on social media and the rest of them. And for brand, doing your research, market research, and understanding who knows you and who doesn't know you. And the way to go about that is basically your audience research from the get-go. A lot of people don't take advantage of analytics that they have provided to them. They're like very cheap, free, basic analytics like Google Analytics, Facebook Analytics, Instagram Analytics, etc., that you can take advantage of and understand, are people coming to your page? What's your bounce rate? Are people aware of who you are to start with before you start pumping money on advertising? A lot of people need to do that. A lot of businesses need to take a step back and do research first. Every time in my teams, or every time I lead a new team, from leading Trace to leading teams at TikTok, the first thing I tell them to do is take a step back. Let's analyze who is speaking to us, who is aware that we exist, especially in emerging markets, for example. You could be a big brand name, you could be a small business trying to scale, but nobody knows who you are, and you think that you have a reputation already online because maybe one ad did well. And it's possible that the people who saw that ad are people who are not even in your niche to start with. So research is the first thing. How do you go about doing research? There are different ways to do that. There are free ways like, putting polls on your social media pages, etc. But there are paid ways that you could put some money and invest some money into things like, SurveyMonkey, user interviews and things like that to get people to give you actual feedback that would help with your content strategy. So when you go about doing your audience research, you can move from that to understand the data that you've gotten back. So make inferences, do quick A/B testing, test as much as you can, fall fast. That's why I tell everyone you have to fall. You're not going to, as Felix said, sometimes you spend money on ads and you're not going to get any returns. But a lot of times those ads you're spending money on are for research purposes. You're trying to see how people are responding to the message you're putting out there. So yeah, fall fast, do A/B testings, and when you start putting out ads. So when you get that first initial data, what you need to do as a business is sit back, analyze the result you got initially, analyze the new result you got from doing your actual research, then also move to a second level, which is competitor analysis. So understanding visibility is also from a point of view of how people, based on the data you've come across or you've gotten, you need to also understand if business B, who does the exact same thing as you, is as visible based on the metrics you've set for yourself. Are they doing better? What are they doing different? Are they making more sales based on the ads they're putting out? Those information or things like that is what is going to take your content strategy from basic to, very well tailored and very strategic. So for businesses, research is your best friend. Just going back and looking at the data is your best friend. If you need to invest money in something, it's investing money in doing your research and maybe paying for advanced tools that might help you with better social listening. I could recommend some tools on here that I use. I personally use BrandWatch, which I don't know if BrandWatch is available in, Africa, but there are a lot of other CRMs that you could use to get data, which some of them are free, some of them are part of your business. So for visibility, yes, do your research, understand where you are at, and try to go from point A to point B. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Barbara. I mean, a whole lot of times, most business owners and SMEs, entrepreneurs usually overlook the importance of research. I mean, majorly a good part of your job, I call it a job because I believe firsthand that every business owner, every entrepreneur, every startup founder should first be the #1 marketer of their service or product. So whether or not you like it, you've officially become a marketer once you are selling a product or a service, right? And a lot of times they overlook the importance of the sit down to actually research, use the different tools. There are different tools available there. There are social listening tools to tell. I had a client once, right, who had a bit of a PR issue, right? And we had to step in there, correct things, re-strategize our business, and do a total rebranding. Now, the very minute she just wanted to go straight to, oh, we just need to rebrand the business and, you know, we can start making sales again. But it was a major blow on her reputation, the business reputation and all of that. So we had to do a major social research. We had to use social listening tools. I think some of the major ones, answerthepublic.com. We had to use a whole lot of tools, you know, just to pick up data. And then we sat down, analyzed this data, and we're able to build up from there the perfect strategy to move her, not just setting out to rebranding. You know, everything is not just about, oh, we need to reinvent, oh, we need to rebrand. It's very important that as business owners, you actually sit down to do the research work, right? And talking about, I need to confirm that everyone can still hear me because.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so Michael, I think I'm going to be moving straight on to you right now, because I wanted you to touch on something very important, being a digital transformation leader. You know, you've had experience in moving businesses from one point of a digital stage to another. So I want you to share with us, it's very important. Now, a whole lot of SMEs, okay, now they have the clarity of knowing that visibility is important. They know the tools to use. Now, how much do you think that an SME should invest in digital marketing? We all know that the game end, right, is to make sales, right? So in making sales, how much do you think an SME should invest? Either they are making sales or not, because sometimes in Nigeria will say, can you hear me, Michael?
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah.
Please go ahead. So how much do you think an SME should budget for digital marketing, you know, as a percentage of their revenue? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. So when it comes to budgeting in terms of digital marketing, I personally, I always look at the business. Is it a startup? What is like their value in the market? You understand? So based on that, I can decide, okay, I can tell them to invest $1,000 in the advertising, or $5,000 in the advertising, or $10,000, depending on the business. But one thing I always go through before I jump into that conclusion is, one, looking at the industry that particular brand is playing. I look at the data, I do my keyword research, and when I see the brand has a lot of competition in the market, then I will decide, okay, this is the way to go. But the first strategy I would advise the brand to do is investing in search engine optimization. I've been into search engine optimization for the past 12, 13 years. I tell them invest in search engine optimization because, do you know what? When anyone wants to make any business decision or want to search anything online, that particular individual goes straight to Google to search for that particular information. And when that particular individual goes to Google to search for that particular information and your website is not there, then that means you have lost that customer. So the first strategy is to ensure that they have a solid SEO plan, building a website for them, ensuring that their domain authority is very strong. And to achieve that, I always tell them, do you know what? Do a publication on BusinessDay, do a publication on Daily Post, do a publication on Punch, do a publication on LinkedIn, Nairametrics, Pulse. And why I'm doing that, I'm intentional because in the first 3 months, they can spend up to at least 1.5 million in terms of their budget, in terms of SEO. Because a story published on Business Day must show on first page on Google. A story published on Daily Post must show on first page on Google. So when I've achieved that for them, and I will ensure that the keyword that they want to compete for is integrated in the title and meta description of the article that we publish on all these different platforms. When that is achieved, then I will now start seeing the website growing gradually, maybe from third page on Google to second page on Google, then to first page on Google. Then when they have balanced on first page on Google, like third position or second position, then I'll bring in Google Ads. When it comes to Google Ads, it's pay per click. You only pay when somebody clicks on your ad. But you have to look at some specific aspect of Google Ads. Recently, Google introduced some fantastic features: performance max, demand gen. When you look at this performance max and demand gen, with a little amount of $5, $10, you can at least get at least 2,000 visits to your website on a daily basis. So when the client wants to spend money on Google Ads, I can tell them, okay, do you know what? You can budget $150 for the next 30 days. So that means you're going to be spending at least $5 daily. So 5 times 30, that is $150. And that $150 can generate for you at least 40,000 traffic to your business. So when that is done, then I will now move to YouTube advertising. Video. Video is very powerful. People want to know about the brand. People want to see the people behind the brand, the CEO. Trust. Because when you just show up in the industry that you have set up a business and you want to go into business, people want to Google to find out who is this business. Which platform mentioned them? Are they on BusinessDay? Are they on this day? Are they on Punch? You understand? Because what is going on right now in the industry, it's very dangerous in terms of trust. People buy things online and they never get the product that they have bought. So people are very careful. So they'll first of all do a research to find out that, are you a reputable organization? Will you be mentioned on this big platform? Can I trust you to do transaction with your brand? So that is where online reputation management comes in. Like I think Felix talked about it, and Ayini talked about it too. Online reputation management is very powerful because when you combine online reputation, combine your PR, combine your SEO, then combine your PPC, then you are good. So you have to look at spending at least between 1.5 million to at least 3 million in your first 6 months in running a very strategic digital marketing campaign to drive traffic, sales to your business. Because one thing, again, you have to consider is this. One thing I've experienced about working with SMEs is when they notice that the campaign that you are running for them, that they're getting traffic from that campaign, they're getting sales from that campaign, they're getting conversion, they are ready to invest more in what you are doing. Then when you tell them, let us do this, they are ready to do it because they can see the result. And another thing you have to look at very well is that digital marketing, it's measurable. You have to look at your analytics, Google Analytics. You have to see where the traffic is coming from and also which channel is bringing the best traffic to you. Is it your SEO organic search? Is it your paid search? Is it social media? Social media is very powerful. I know you all might be surprised. Why have I not mentioned social media? Social media is very powerful, especially Instagram and also Google. And more importantly, when you have connected the two platforms together, then another thing again you have to look at very well as an SME is what? Data. For example, on all these technology platforms, you can do remarketing. Sometimes I have data of Nigerians in different industries that I can easily upload on Facebook or on Google and retarget those particular individuals. You understand? Because when you retarget them, you can cross-sell to them. You understand? Though when you look at if it's the moral aspect of it, it's not that fine. However, you want your client to succeed. So you have to use every important information you have to ensure that they achieve that success. Then finally, you have to look at CRM. customer relationship management system. The best CRM I always use for my clients is HubSpot CRM. HubSpot is very powerful because recently they've updated their system. You can be able to see the search term that brought people to the website. You can collect all kinds of information from them. And you can easily connect your HubSpot CRM to your Google Ads, to your LinkedIn, to your Facebook, and to different advertising platforms. So in general, the success of every SMEs in the industry is one, utilizing your budget and ensuring that you use the right tools in executing your campaign. And finally, content. Content is extremely very powerful in everything we do. I have, throughout my career in terms of SEO, digital, my team and I, we have created more than 5,000 articles for different brands because the foundation of everything is content. Ensuring that the searcher's intent is satisfied. And if you look very well right now, AI is taking off everywhere. Answer engine optimization. The first result that comes up is AI related. So why will Google or any of this system ensure that your content is showing as number 1 or number 2 position in the answer engine optimization result? It's because the content that you have developed is relevant. The quality is high quality. You understand now? And also, you have to look at ChatGPT. Like, there was a time working on SEO project where I would just sit down, I would see different content. Maybe I'm optimizing the website right now. I would just pick the content. I will use my hand to just think about it, come up with the title, the meta description. But right now, all I need to do is to copy the URL of the website, put it inside ChatGPT. I'll tell ChatGPT, hi, my friend, please help me with title and meta description for this brand. And I need 5 focus keywords for this brand. And ChatGPT will tell me, hi, Michael, thank you. This is your title. This is your meta description. This is your focus keyword. And I will copy it, review it, then I will paste. You understand? So with all these technologies available for for small and medium businesses, I don't think they have to spend much again to get results. The main thing is one, strategically position yourself via implementing different PR strategies for your brand on top brands, on top platforms. Like what Mr. Felix talked about in SEO, there's what is called domain authority, link building, where you publish an article on BusinessDay and you put your link on BusinessDay pointing to your website. What that shows is one, you are telling the search engine, BusinessDay is saying, I'm endorsing this new small and medium business website for this particular product, for this particular content, for this particular article, service, you understand? So imagine having 15 top Nigerian websites with your article pumped to you. You just need to go and sleep because the amount you're going to spend in terms of PPC can reduce to at least 80% because you can sit down for the next 2-3 years and you'll be getting organic traffic to your brand and you'll just be happy and going to church and be giving thanks. A lot of people are enjoying going to church, praying, and people will be saying, what are you doing? But they didn't know that what they are doing is just this simple technology implementation. So thank you very much. And if there's any other question, I can answer that later. Thank you.
Yes, Hillsoft. Thank you so much, sir, for this beautiful analysis of that question. We'll come back to you shortly, but I'd like to, since you touched on content and you touched on, posting on several platforms as well. So I'd just like to take it on to Isaac Odubeso, who is strategy lead at Digiphoria Media. He's had a whole lot of experience, with storytelling, digital content. So Isaac, I'd just like you to share with us, how often should an SME post, on each platform to stay visible? Now, are you of the opinion that that consistency, is more powerful than frequency for small businesses, for the visibility of their business? Is consistency more powerful than frequency? And if it is, how often? What is consistency for you? Please share with us.
Hi, Happiness. Thank you so much. So I probably had a slide, but I just keep that right now. I'll just go straight into the question because of time. I think that one of the most important things is that speakers have been amazing. I've heard like pretty good stuff that I myself want to implement in my business as I continue to grow. But one of the most important things about the question that you asked now is that I have it in my slide. Consistency is key for me. Because one of the speakers has spoken about A/B testing, and even when you're running an ad or you're trying to push a content, I don't know that there's any business that I have been involved with that I don't know what is working for it. And it's not because I'm a magician, it's that I have been able to put out content over and over again. And I see that, oh, for this content, motion graphics works. For this business, videos work. For this business, this works, right? Or for this particular, space that we're in. So like you said, it would also trickle down into different tranches, like you saying awareness, consideration, and conversion. What are you pushing first? There's some conversations that you go for that you probably have to spark up reactions. Maybe you're trying to say that spark up reaction for a particular product, and then from there, and that's graphics, on Twitter or something. So consistency for me, I would rank higher than frequency, but the frequency in this part for me is that we cannot throw away the bait and the baby and the bathwater away. It's also important to be strategically understand what you're putting out and not just put it out blindly, right? There's something we call in tech to say you can build in public, which is to keep on posting. But I always tell people, businesses, my team, anybody that I work with, that strategy is bigger than implementation. And unfortunately, in the digital marketing agency world, implementation is paid more for. You would struggle to get maybe 2-3 million from a client to do XYZ, but maybe the same client will spend maybe 100 million on billboards. But it's important to know where you are going even before you hit that road. So, and that's what I would take with frequency. So it's important that you strategically, don't just, I tell people when they come and say, let's do something, and so, let's do this today. So can we just make some videos? What are we trying to achieve? At what phase are we trying to achieve? Which is some of the speakers have also spoken about. It's also important to take data when you push. Take data. So my advice is consistency over frequency. Don't throw away frequency also, because frequency for me is strategy, right? Then also listen to the advice of gathering data. Like there's free data everywhere where you're posting. There's free. If you don't have data for the business you're posting, take data in that industry. Look at what your sizable addressable market is. And I think that I always see it as, even before you create what you're creating, there's something called a mom's test, right? It's also important to know what real pain and consistent behavior is in that particular field. And so that you can also, because I feel like the real problem sometimes is to niche down what your product is so that people can actually get it, right? And know what your beachhead is, regardless. So yes, consistency. Then consistency would mean that just keep posting, right? Change the idea. Today do videos, see what it's doing, engage people, push out email. In digital marketing, there's push and pull. There are people that you pull and people that you push to, like emails, SMS, and the rest of it. So it depends on what you're doing, but consistency is key for me. So especially for a small business, is very important for me. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Isaac Odubeso. But I'd just like to touch down on something else, since you also major in storytelling. So now for businesses, how can they scale video production? I mean, we're talking about now in the era where to create scroll-stopping videos, it needs to be of really good quality. Although there have been disparate cases where we've seen videos that are not up to the quality, still going viral, like having viral moments. But I always tell people, social media strategy is not about any viral moment. It goes beyond that. We're talking about conversions, we're talking about visibility, and of course, but it's beyond the viral moment. So how can they scale video production, to produce scroll-stopping videos for content marketing? Please share with us briefly. Thank you.
Okay. so the concept about the kind of video and the the quality of video is always very important to me, Sha, right? I know there are a lot of biases that probably go against that. You can see, permit me to mention, maybe a very dark man's video doing it numbers, and you can be in a proper studio with fine face and your videos are not doing numbers. Now, the reason for that is not because you're not selling the right thing, it's because the niche that you're operating is different, right? Number one, that niche doesn't necessarily need, he's probably not, he's building an influencer brand and not a, you understand, a business brand that you're trying to build for yourself or a client, right? But it's also a place you have to be careful. Now, what I use is, as a person, I have had to learn and update my skill to push for business. For example, I've had to learn how to, I did one of the best standing head videos ever. I tell people, like, and I'm not a video editor. It's something I just took my time to really understand. I can share with you videos. And my concept is that I'm always also looking at who are the people that you're selling to, right? Who is your customers? For example, I have a business that does reproductive health for women, and I have doctors and almost 1,000 pharmacies that are integrated. One of the most important things for me is, if I'm trying to sell to women of the middle class, I cannot be doing anyhow video. The women that I'm pushing to do that need to see, oh, we are safe here. Oh, this makes sense to me, right? And with strategy, it makes sense. But I'll tell you for a fact that if you're running a business, fail forward, right? If you don't have the means to do the best video and edit the best way, start it, right? But learn. Don't keep it there. Don't be intentional about it. Also, don't start, crazily. There are two things that are important. There are hooks that make more sense. You can just say, I always tell people that one of the most people that bully people on Instagram, people that sell fish and meat, oh my God, they bully people a lot, because it feels like they are trying to tell you that if you don't buy that fish or meat, you're going to lose out on life. I had to make a video recently say, okay, I will buy. I will not lose out on your Benue yam. But these guys just get a mic and shout,
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
So that's it. Yeah, that's it for me. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you so much. I mean, I wish we to really take on this topic. I think would need a whole week of webinars to really take on this topic, because it's a whole lot. And like I said, we've got powerhouses, a whole lot. It feels like the more I try to draw from your wells of knowledge, it seems like there's so much more for you to give. So I really just want to say special thank you to every one of our speakers that has joined us today. Thank you, Barbara. Thank you for sharing your insight with us. In such a short time. Thank you, Isaac Odubeson. Thank you, INE. Thank you, Mr. Hillsoft. Thank you so much for sharing with us your insights today. And also thank you, Michael Iziadiche. Means a whole lot for you to share your professional insights with us today. So I'll just like to run through our speakers, just one word. I mean, for a business owner, one word for a founder out there. So I like to start with Felix Akin, maybe. Please, just one word, or let's just say phrase.
Okay. Be there when your customers are searching.
Absolutely. I love that. Thank you so much, Felix. Thank you for keeping it short. Well doctored. Okay, next. Okay, so let's have Isaac back. Well, let's have Isaac. Just one word, please.
Well, he said 4, but that's okay. He said 4 words.
Okay,
That's okay.
it's fine.
I think my digital marketing is the most powerful equalizer for small businesses.
Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love that a lot. So which means as a small business, you can decide not to play small with digital marketing. That's beautiful. Okay, is Barbara here? Please, Barbara, a sentence, a word to sign out.
I would say marketing is not advertising. It's building your community, it's listening to people, and it's customer service, online or traditionally. So let's stop thinking in silos and expand our view of how we see marketing.
So super fantastic. I love it. Thank you so much, Barbara. Okay, next up, Michael Ezadichie.
What I can say, just build trust. Build trust. Every small and medium business to build trust online. When that happens, your customers feel free to do business with you and can recommend you. Just build trust.
Fantastic. Okay, I think we'll have one more of our speaker, Sayani Ekundayo.
Okay. Very simple and primary. After listening to everybody, I don't know what to say again because it seems these people are wiser than Solomon. Don't do everything that they tell you should do, but I will always tell you that explore, post, and do as much as you can. That's where you can find results. Explore and post, and collaborate a lot. You'll find a lot of results doing that. And I would like to connect with all the speakers so that I can learn from them. It seems all these people are wiser than Solomon, and we are still learning in the chambers.
Please, please. These are masters of their fields. Most definitely. So please kindly connect with our speakers. You can learn more from them. Most of them share articles, writings, and speaking, on their fields. I mean, a webinar of 1 hour, 30 minutes can never be enough to draw from these powerhouses. So you could connect with them on LinkedIn, follow some of their materials. Please ensure that you do that. And you can also drop your questions. It could inspire the next topic we'll be having on the SME Clinic. Well, this has been the SME Clinic organized by BusinessDay. I'd like to especially thank all our speakers once again for joining us today discussing on the topic digital marketing and tools for SMEs. So if you're a business owner, you're a founder, it's not about having all the information that you need. It's about taking the action points that you've heard, going to check out the tools that you have heard. I mean, there's a whole lot of marketing dimensions out there for you for social media marketing. If you're looking for engagement and visibility, let's say you're a Nigerian fashion brand, you could use your Instagram reels, your Instagram contents, to build, because you need face value. You need a brand that can be trusted by human beings. You can do that. It's very important that you don't just chase followers and likes. I mean, those are not measurable metrics. You need to chase conversions, very important, and use data, use insights to track whatever you're doing. Also, we talked on search engine optimization. It's very important that you optimize your website, your landing pages, and your content, even on Instagram, as it can now appear on Google when it's well optimized. Very, very important. Then also, we touched on influencer marketing. Ensure that the influencers you are choosing are not just the one with the big numbers, but the ones with the big numbers of your target audience, or the ones already creating content on your niches. It's very, very important. And then also take advantage of the SEM tools available, like SEM Rush, pay-per-click ads, and all of those things. Very, very important. Then also Google My Business. I would really, really recommend that. One of the speakers touched on it today, because your local SEO is very, very important. And then email marketing. You heard one of the speakers. You cannot but do without it in this time. Very important that you build your mailing list. I mean, one of the most foundational tools is MailChimp. So just focus on giving value with your newsletters, and then you can build your mailing list. Also, I think another point where people overlook is SMS and WhatsApp marketing. Ensure that you this is instant messaging for you. So ensure that you harness this. So, we can't touch on everything, but that'll be all for today on the SME Clinic. So you can drop thank yous for your doctors. We had Dr. Barbara, we had Dr. Ayani, Dr. Hillsoft, we had Dr. Michael, Dr. Felix. Thank you so much for coming on SME Clinic. And to all our viewers and participants, I want to especially thank you, Happiness Godwin, digital strategist and marketing communications expert. Until next time, I'll see you again on the SME Clinic. But in this meantime, you can call me Dr. Digital Doctor, something like that. Bye, everyone. See you all next time.
today's but AI is now the mediator of trust, as trust is shifting from people to data. In today's event on cyber security, a whole lot about cyber resilience has been discussed to make us meet up with global trends about cyber security. Financial Institutions Training Center, FITC, in collaboration with the Nigerian Interbank Settlement System, NIBS, brought about the Think Innovation Cybersecurity Conference 2025, which successfully addressed sophisticated fraud schemes and cyber threats targeting Africa's financial services sector. FITC revealed that the conference themed Securing Tomorrow Cyber Resilience, Intelligent Defense, and the Architecture of Trust in a Borderless World, which took place October 22, 2025 at the Four Points in its sixth edition. Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer of FITC, Dr. Chizo Malaysia, ably represented, said cybercrime has become one of the most urgent threats facing Africa's digital economy. She noted that FITC, as Africa's foremost knowledge and innovation-led institution, is partnering with NIBS to host the 2025 edition so as to strengthen collective cyber resilience across the continent. Nigerian industry reports link multi-billion naira losses to phishing, insider collusion, ransomware, and large-scale fraud schemes that has continued to undermine public trust in financial services. Key speakers at the event, Mr. Olushola Olukoya, Business Operations Specialist, NIBS, Professor Peter Obadare, EFCC Commander, represented by Ayo Oyewale, Deputy Commander, Public Affairs, and Philip Ikeazo, Deputy Governor, Financial System Stability Directorate of the CBN, ably represented by Odele Oni, gave innovative insights.
Basically, the summary of today's lecture is to be able to make sure that everyone within the Nigerian cyberspace is to amplify the need for building trust within, digital trust within the Nigerian cyberspace. We cannot overemphasize the need for more advanced intelligence system when we talk about cybersecurity. And what everybody needs to understand is cybersecurity is not just a technical problem, it is a business problem. And every organization, individual, even the nation at large, must understand that cybersecurity is not something that we have to do. It is something that we must do. Because if you don't do, in fact, it's about, are you doing the right thing? Are you doing them the right way? And are you getting them done well? Because if you don't do the right thing, you don't do them the right way, and you don't get them done when it comes to the subject of cybersecurity, what you will suffer, whether at individual level or company level, is there's going to be a cyber attack. And when there is cyber attack, of course, your systems, everything can be digitally invaded. So the message is we need to prioritize cybersecurity. All right. So for this year team, the FITC NIBS Think Innovation 6.0, it's very, very clear about securing tomorrow. Because when we're talking about securing tomorrow, don't forget, it's the age of artificial intelligence. The speed at which cyber attacks are coming, honestly, they're coming at the speed of light. So if that speed, is coming like that, what we need to do is we need to build, using the same AI that the cyber criminals are using to hack us, to make sure that we use the same artificial intelligence to build intelligence system, within our system to ensure cyber resilience and building an architecture of trust within our own system. While I was doing my presentation, so the reason of saying that cybersecurity is the elephant in the house is this. Today, just like the team, it is a borderless, we are all interconnected. All the systems are interconnected. Look at different sectors, especially in the financial space. We talk about digital transformation today. And because the systems are interconnected, cybersecurity, in fact, maybe we should understand what is even cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is the state of well-being of any digital infrastructure. So that means that what you have there is most of the digital infrastructure out there are sick. Sick being that there are vulnerabilities within those systems. So if you don't take care of those vulnerabilities, it will be very easy for cyber criminals or hackers or whoever name you call them to break into the system, which can lead to, data loss, data breach, or even electronic fraud. So, which is why we say cybersecurity is the elephant in the house, because we must prioritize the need to secure the systems. So it is the elephant in there, because in fact the absence of good cybersecurity controls can liquidate any business today. If you hear the figures, in fact, according to the cybersecurity venture in New York, the cost of cybercrime is growing increasingly. In fact, by this year 2025, the world at large is going to lose up to $10.5 trillion to cybercrime. So the subject of cybersecurity is the elephant, you can see, because it's a business issue, and businesses are losing enormous fund and money to cyber criminals.
The Think Innovation Cybersecurity Conference 2025 is designed as a solution-driven platform convening regulators, CIOs, CISOs, CROs, bank executives, fintech founders, policymakers, and international experts to confront pressing cybersecurity challenges.
So at FITC, for us, innovation is not just a buzzword, right? It's something that's, is at the heartbeat of what we do. It's all about us coming together this year, especially when we're looking at securing tomorrow, looking at cyber resilience, is how we can spark conversations, right, with all the stakeholders on how to see the challenges and the opportunities that will help us come together to spark conversations and now break and go beyond the boundaries of the cyber security issues that we have in Nigeria presently. Each year, we try to build on the success of the previous year. So for the Think Innovation Conference 6th edition, right, we are looking at securing tomorrow. So there are lots of issues in society. There are lots of issues that has plagued the cyberspace when it comes to fintech and all that. So our focus this year is to ensure that we can build trust, architect trust, right? Look at the cyber resilience, of institutions that are at the center of all this. So that's our focus this year, and our conversation sparkers are meant to be able to drive solutions, come out with insights that will now help us come up with, as FITC is well known for advisory solutions, right? Knowledge solutions, interventions that will help us service the organizations that we cater for in the Nigerian economy now and beyond. So FITC's work doesn't stop at the conference. Through all our executive programs, strategic workshops, and learning interventions, we actually use the insights from these programs, from these conferences, right, to help institutions embed innovation, right, from whatever insights we get into their own framework as well, so that they can build sustainable growth and competitive advantage. That is what this conference is about for us beyond the conference itself.
Unlike generic tech events, the conference focused on actionable strategies, policy frameworks, and collaborative defenses through keynote sessions, plenary discussions, investigative panels, and real-world simulation exercises on financial network attacks.
The world is evolving where AI and RegTechs are changing or redefining how compliance, identity, trust are being seen. And it has come to the fact where Africa too has to change that reality and make sure that our systems that we're building have trust embedded in it, and it's also adapting with this change. The focus of this event is more related to the compliance body, which is the regulatory body, and then the RegTech teams, which are those that develop the AI solutions, the fraud detection solutions, the solutions that we use for cyber security and trust, and then also the end users, who are the user-centric personalities, and of course our fintechs and financial institutions. This event is talking about collaboration across border, where we are not working in silos. We're not working as parallel players, but we're working as co-architectors and co-creators of digital trust. And by us doing that, that will make our ecosystem, either Africa or in the global world, to evolve and have digital trust embedded in it. I'll just say AI is here to stay, and regulation have to ensure that they are also evolving and adapting as technology is evolving, adapting fast. And in order for us to make sure that we are safe, we are compliant, and we are not leaving ourselves vulnerable to this threat, we have to embed AI in our decisions. And apart from embedding AI, we have to have the human elements in it, which give the insights and also is able to interpret what AI is delivering to us. This helps us prevent the same results, meaning that AI is created by someone. He has a creator, he has an implementer, and he's working with that ideology which he has been given. But when you have the human elements there, and he's able to give him more insights and to the results or to the results that he has provided, then we're able to give a more elaborate meaning to what has been provided to us.
Destiny Momoa, Business Day Television News.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello, that's a news update reaching you live from Business Day Television News Studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, credit to private sector jumps 1.89 trillion naira after September rate court. AFDB approves a $500 million loan for Nigeria's reforms energy shift. Money supply climbs to 1.19 trillion naira in October. High lending rates crippling production, man tells CBN. Thank you for joining us on News Update. I am Destiny Momo. Credit to the private sector jumped to 74.41 trillion naira in October, rising by 1.88 trillion naira from September, the strongest monthly increase of 2025, according to new CBN data. The rebound followed the NPC's first rate cut in 5 years, which eased borrowing conditions. And despite the monthly surge, annual growth remained weak, with private credit up just 0.46% year on year. The sharp September drop of 3.36 trillion naira still weighs on overall momentum, highlighting how tight liquidity and high rates have constrained lending for most of the year. And domestic credit also rose to 9.20 trillion naira, driven largely by private sector activity, which now accounts for 75% of total credit. Government borrowing continued its decline, falling by 14.6 trillion naira compared to a year earlier. The October bounce signals a tentative recovery in credit conditions, but analysts say the lending revival remains fragile, with rates now steady at 27%. The balance between bank liquidity, inflation pressures, and government borrowing will shape credit flows heading into 2026. And meanwhile, the African Development Bank says its latest support package will boost Nigeria's investment climate, especially in the energy sector. The bank explained this in a statement outlining how the program will help private businesses and strengthen public-private partnerships across the states. It says the reforms are designed to support fiscal consolidation and stabilize the wider economy. Officials note that improving energy security remains central as Nigeria continues to grapple with weak power infrastructure and rising demand. The AFDB adds that the program should help rebuild investor confidence and attract long-term financing for infrastructure and green energy projects. As of 31 October 2025, the bank has 52 active projects in Nigeria, valued at $5.1 billion. They span infrastructure, agricultural governance, energy and private sector development. And also Nigeria's broad money supply rose to 119.04 trillion naira in October of 2025 from 117.78 trillion naira in September. And according to fresh data released by the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, reflecting a monthly increase of 1.06% after a slowdown in the previous month. On a year-on-year basis, broad money supply expanded by 10.22% as liquidity in the financial system continued to rise despite a generally tight monetary environment. The growth followed the CBN's 50 basis point rate cut in September, and it's first since 2020 when the monetary policy rate was reduced to 27% in response to easing inflation and improving foreign exchange conditions. The expansion was driven largely by a sharp jump in net domestic assets, which rose to 84.23 trillion in October. We'll be right back after this break.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Attention business, want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back to News Update. The Manufacturers Association of Nigeria MAN is at the Central Bank of Nigeria to further reduce the interest rates following the decision of the Monetary Policy Committee to retain the benchmark rate at 27%, warning that the high cost of borrowing continues to cripple production and also weaken competitiveness in the manufacturing sector. In a statement issued on Wednesday after the MPC meeting, MAN still noted that manufacturers currently face interest rates of between 30 and 37%, which it said are restrictive and harmful to business expansion and investment. The Director General of MAN, Shegun Ajayi Kadir, stressed that high financing costs continue to hinder growth in an industry already burdened by poor infrastructure and its other challenges. MAN also called for the federal government to invest more in power, roads and security, while the CBN introduces policies that improve credit flow to the real sector. And moving on, cancer patients in Abuja have received a major boost as the NNPC Renaissance joint venture donated $300,000 to the National Hospital Abuja to fund the maintenance of its advanced cancer treatment equipment. The donation aimed at ensuring uninterrupted treatment services for patients. And the funding will sustain the hospital's linear accelerator radiotherapy machine, one of Nigeria's most advanced cancer treatment technologies, originally donated by the joint venture in 2019. NNPC's Chief Upstream Investment Officer Oluwaseyi Omotowa said maintenance funding was critical to prevent service disruption, and in this closing that 712 indigent patients have received treatment subsidies of between 25 and 100%. Meanwhile, Health Minister Ali Pate described the donation as a model public-private partnership aligned with President Bola Tinubu's health sector reforms. And meanwhile, Delta State Governor Sharif Aborowari has presented a 1.664 trillion naira budget estimate for 2026 to the State House of Assembly in Asaba. The presentation took place during plenary according to a statement from the governor's office. The proposed budget marks a 70% increase over 2025, allocating 1.165 trillion naira or 70% to capital expenditure, while 499 billion naira or 30% is set aside for recurrent spending. And roads are a major focus, with 450 billion naira earmarked for infrastructure across the state. Governor Borowari said the budget will be funded through statutory allocations, internally generated revenue VAT, and mineral derivation funds. He urged lawmakers to expedite the consideration of the bill to sustain the state's development agenda. And responding, Speaker Dennis Ugowa praised the governor for progress under the renewed hope for more agenda, and highlighting investments in infrastructure, social services, and fiscal management. He assured the governor of a thorough and timely review of the 2026 budget proposal. And still on, Abia State Governor Dr. Alex Oti has presented a 1.016 trillion naira budget estimate for 2026 to the Abia State House of Assembly. The presentation took place on Wednesday, according to a statement from the governor's chief press secretary, Ukoha Njoku. And the proposed budget, titled the Budget of Acceleration and New Possibilities, marks a 13% increase from 2025 of the total 811.8 billion naira is earmarked for capital projects, while 204.4 billion naira is set aside for recurrent expenditure, reflecting a 32% and 33% increase respectively. And education and health received 35% of the total allocation, with 169.3 billion naira dedicated to road construction, rehabilitation, and maintenance. And Governor Oti said the increase supports administrative functions and recent additions to the state payroll. And the 2026 budget was prepared using conservative revenue projections, with internally generated revenue expected to fund all recurrent expenditure and recurrent spending. And any borrowing, the governor noted, will be directed solely towards infrastructure development across the state. And still to come, IMF Sierra Leone reached staff level agreement unlocking $78.8 million. This and more after this commercial break. Stay with us.
All-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. You tax her, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength.
What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back to News Update. Right now, we head to Africa. The International Monetary Fund has announced a staff-level agreement with Sierra Leone on the first and second reviews of the country's extended credit facility program. And this milestone paves the way for the disbursement of approximately $78.8 million in new financing, pending approval from the IMF Executive Board. And according to the fund, the agreement reflects Sierra Leone's progress in implementing key economic reforms under the program, despite ongoing pressures from high inflation, tight fiscal conditions, and global economic uncertainty. The IMF says the fresh funding is expected to support the government's efforts to stabilize the economy, strengthen public finances, and improve resilience. And reforms under the program also target better revenue mobilization, cautious spending, and measures aimed at protecting vulnerable households. And if approved, the disbursement will add to earlier support providing under the extended credit facility, which is designed to help low-income countries manage economic challenges while pursuing long-term growth. And Ghana's central bank has cut its benchmark interest rate by 350 basis points to 18%, saying the economic outlook has improved and inflation is expected to fall further. The move was larger than the 250-point cut economists had forecast. With this decision, the Bank of Ghana has now reduced rates by 1,000 basis points so far this year in an effort to support economic recovery while keeping prices stable. Governor Johnson Asiama says inflation has dropped sharply, reaching an 8% in October from a peak of 54% last year, and is expected to remain within the bank's target band through the first half of 2026. Analysts say the latest cut shows a measured approach with room for further easing as market conditions improve. And moving on to the foreign scene, the US dollar is heading for its biggest weekly drop in 4 months as trading things ahead of the Thanksgiving holiday. Investors say the US now looks increasingly alone in its push towards rate cuts next year. The yen strengthened to 155.87 per dollar, supported by a more hawkish tone from the Bank of Japan, while the euro climbed above $1.16. And the New Zealand dollar hit a 3-week high after the central bank signaled its rate cut cycle and may be over despite easing on Wednesday. And strong retail sales and rising business confidence also lifted the currency. The Australian dollar is gaining as well after hotter than expected inflation data, strengthening expectations that rate cuts there are likely finished. And meanwhile, U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Japanese Prime Minister Senator Takaichi to avoid further escalating tensions with China, according to sources familiar with their discussions. The call comes after Takaichi sparked Beijing's anger with comments suggesting Japan could respond militarily if China attacked Taiwan. And sources say Trump did not make specific demands but made clear he did not want the dispute to intensify as he aims to preserve a fragile trade truce with China. Tokyo has refused to retract Takaichi's remarks, insisting they reflect long-standing policy. And meanwhile, Japan's Chief Cabinet Secretary Minoru Kihara declined a comment on the reported exchange. Analysts wondered Tokyo remains concerned and Trump could soften U.S. support for Taiwan in pursuit of a trade deal with Beijing. And up next is sports news after this break. Stay with us.
Come to podcast. Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Now moving on to sports news. And Liverpool's poor run of form has deepened after a 4-1 defeat to PSV at Anfield, their third straight loss by a 3-goal margin. PSV struck 3 times in the second half, including a brace from Cohab and Druitt to leave Ancelot's side stand. And Liverpool had earlier equalized through Dominique Nzobeze after Ivan Perisic opened the scoring from the spot, but offensive errors proved costly as the Dutch league leaders took full control. The defeat means Liverpool may have now lost 9 of their last 12 matches, their worst run in more than 70 years, and they remain in the bottom half of the Premier League table with growing pressure on the team and their manager. And so in the news, Arsenal have extended their perfect Champions League run with a 3-1 victory over Bayern Munich at the Emirates, moving top of the league phase table. And Jordan Timber opened the scoring with a header before 17-year-old Leonard Carl equalized, but Arsenal dominated the second half. Substitutes Ricardo Calafiori and Noni Madueke combined for Ghana's second, and Gabriel Martinelli added a third on a swift counter-attack. The win, Arsenal's 5th in a row, puts them 3 points clear of PSG, reinforcing their status as serious European contenders. And that's much we have for you on a news update at this hour. Remember to follow us across all social media platforms and on YouTube to get more updates from Business Day Television News. I am Destiny Mama. Many thanks for watching. Good afternoon.